JS was talking for a minute the other night with one of the soccer dads about Vodtech. He's like, that's a game I want to go to. And he's a Notre Dame fan. He's like, I want to go to a night game with Virginia Tech at home. It's like, that would be an experience. And I'm with him. That would be on that might make my top 5. It would certainly make somewhere be in the top 7 of games I want to go to that I've never been. Good for you, bro. I love that. That's how I am with Spartan Stadium. A little bit later, but by 6, I was going to games. So, like you, I'm sure when I go, it's more than just a game. Brings back a lot of good family memories. And Oingo Boingo. That's for that genre, that's polar opposites, Deadstroke. Can't say I'm into Oingo Boingo's collection, but I do like their hits, if you will. I've been to ND, and I've been to the Swamp, and I've been to the Death Valley that we call LSU. I would like to go to Clemson. I would like to go to Vodtech. BYU wouldn't make my list, but cheers to you and the Mormons.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller.
Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Thanks so much for joining us this morning. Trent Valley in the co-pilot seat. I'm Mark Miller. Thanks for spending your Thursday morning with us. We've got a terrific show lined up for you today. We're going to talk some Florida Gators with David Waters. First time on the show for him, so fired up about that. Bob Harig to talk some golf, and Donovan Lewis to talk the Cowboys. So compact show, big things going on in the sports world. No one in the American League wants to be the wild card. The Twins were the only team of the 7 vying for one spot that won last night. That win puts them in the playoffs if the season were to end today. So we'll keep an eye on baseball. The American League is certainly interesting, if not anything else, because it's bad baseball and there's no two ways about it. I bring in my co-host for the morning, Trent Valley. Trent, how are you this morning?
Excellent, Mark. I'm glad you led with that because I did watch a ton of baseball yesterday, and that was my biggest takeaway from the whole day in sports was nobody wants to win this American League wild card. They think there's just 6 playoff spots, and they don't seem to care. And quite frankly, it's embarrassing. But, it's a one-off year. It's a strange year. But, man, some of these AL teams are not even playoff worthy. And it's becoming more and more evident every single day. Because it's all right in front of them. They all have an equal shot right now, and no one's seizing it.
Not even close. Not even close. Teams blowing leads. Teams just they're not good. And
late leads
we've
too.
been saying that. We've been saying that for a while. It goes against a credo of this show that you can't talk about a baseball team if they're below 500. The problem is all of the teams vying for the wild card are below 500. But the big news in Tampa yesterday, Vita Vea gets paid. So they have solved one of their two contractual problems. The other one's not going to get solved because he's not talking to them about a contract until the season's over, and that's obviously Baker Mayfield. But on the defensive side of the ball, the catalyst, the big fella, the guy that gets the push on the line, got paid for this year and next year. So Tampa doing right by Vita Vea, and I think that has to relieve a lot of Bucs fans because I'll be honest with you, not playing in preseason, not playing much in camp, I don't see how that's a problem. Yesterday, we had a couple more players go down. The LA Chargers lose their center probably for the year. Jim Harbaugh did an interview basically right after practice, and you could see he was just sick to his stomach. It's part of what goes on. It was a dual practice with the Niners. The lineman for San Francisco, defensive lineman, falls on the center for the Chargers. Boom, knee, gone, year over. And last year, as they lost both tackles, now they lose their starting center. They do have a solid backup who is going to probably play guard and played center in college. So Jake Slaughter's the backup. We all know who that is. So that's, they'll be able to do this. And again, Harbaugh's got a coach because he did last year and took this team to the playoffs. So we'll see what happens there. But Vita Vea gets paid for Tampa. That really the big local story, if you will. The Rays with a nice win last night. But Tampa getting their guy, paying their guy when it looked like, he was demanding a trade. They were able to get a 1-year extension that takes the 18 he was going to make and take it to 24 and another 24 and 27. Tampa gets a break that not all of next year's is guaranteed. So pay demand is money. I don't know what to tell you. He's a great defensive player. You need that push. You need him happy. Pat Kerwin said yesterday he wasn't going to miss game checks because it was still $1 million a game. And he's certainly not going to miss out on the cash that he was supposed to receive. But now they were able to get him paid, taken care of, makes him happy. Like we said, Baker's not going to get paid this year because he's not going to negotiate. I will say Pat yesterday talked about I asked him point blank, and Pat knows contracts. Pat studies these things. It's one of the areas you can always go to Pat any time of the year and say, Trent Bally signed this contract. He'll know the details. He'll know how to get out of it. He'll know how to extend it. And he's not worried if the Bucs have to franchise Baker Mayfield, that there are some maneuvers they can make. And Jason Light even made comments about that if that push were to come to shove. So Tampa gets their defensive guy. I think that's good news. The Rays get a win last night. They beat Toronto to keep their lead. The Yankees, nice win for them yesterday. And they lose another player, although I don't think it's that big of a deal. I think it's just tightness. We'll see. The last time I said that with Bellinger, he was out 4-6. So you got to be cautious with anything with an injury in the New York Yankees. So the American League East delivering, the National League delivering in some spots. The Bravos get swept by the Twins, who are now the wild card team. Look at Minnesota. They get swept by Philadelphia, and then they take on the Braves, the division leader, and are able to sweep them and move themselves into a wild card spot. The Dodgers and extras last night sweep Colorado. So battling for first overall, and first overall is one thing in the National League, third's another, because all three teams are close enough that we really don't know how this is going to break out. And it didn't hurt. It doesn't hurt to play in the wild card, but I think you'd want your pitching lineups set. The Bucs and Vea, how much do you think that matters to him? How much differently do you think guys play when they get paid?
A lot. I think it's just a weight off the shoulders, and it's just a way for them to kind of focus on what really matters, which is football. They can say all the right things. They can say that they're focused on ball, and I don't even worry about that so much with Baker right now, but I think sometimes you get guys who say things that Baker has said, which is, I'm not worried about the contract. I'm just worried about football. But the truth is, they're worried about the contract. So to lock up Vita Vea, I mean, you can't overstate his importance to the team as far as just the locker room, the leadership, and what he does stopping the run. So I think he's going to just play a little bit better, even if it's just 1%, knowing that he's paid and that he doesn't have to worry about the bank.
Stopping the run, he does disrupt the backfield. You're not looking at Baker to get 1 million sacks because he's in the middle of the line. However, getting that push will help. Reuben Bain, there have been some dual practices where he's apparently, looked ordinary. There's others he looks great. The one thing that I'm looking at that impressed me, I'm checking out, I think it was Pewter Report. I don't want to give people the right credit, but they've got video of Reuben Bain Jr. out for an hour after practice by himself, continuing to put the work in. If I'm a Tampa Bay Bucs fan, those are the things that I'm excited about, because I don't want to say he's a boom or bust player, because I don't think he is. I think he's going to be a really solid NFL player. But I think the one thing that this extra work is showing is that he had a knock. The whole short arm thing, and are you going to be good enough to get to quarterbacks with that? So it appears to me, when you see that he's the only guy out there an hour after practice putting the work in, that he's playing with a chip on his shoulder, that he's going to do everything in his power to prove naysayers wrong. And I love players like that. So getting Vita Vea back to push that line helps out Reuben Bain on the edge, helps out everything about that defense. And I think, to Trent's point, he's the anchor. And I'm not saying that, I don't know what the right answer is. Do guys play better when they get paid? I don't know. I mean, I think Baker's going to play pretty well trying to get paid. So I don't know what the right answer to that is, but I will actually agree with Trent that certain players, certain guys it does, and I do think you don't want a big disgruntled lineman on the defensive side who maybe without getting paid doesn't have the same attitude that he does with getting paid. He's going to have a little more bounce in his step. Guys are going to be a little freer to give it to him. I mean, that's the other thing that I think we don't think about, is that whenever a player comes on this show, gives a Hall of Fame speech, talks openly about what he misses when he's done, they miss the locker room. And when guys in a contract, I think guys are less apt to give him a hard time, to bust his chops. And now that he got paid, trust me, they're giving it to Vea. They're like, all right, we're going to Burn for dinner tonight. Let's get some steaks, big fella. Time for you to buy for the entire team. So I do think that there's that.
And he's been there forever too. That's the other aspect of it. I mean, he is one of the cornerstones. You lose a Mike Evans, but you still have a Vita Vea and a Chris Godwin and some of the cornerstones of what this team has seen, peak success. So I think that's not nothing. I know Vita Vea probably is on the back nine of his career, but that doesn't mean that he still can't be a very high productive player. And I like that you did throw in there, just a quick little side, that he can rush the passer. He's not just a big guy who just gets tackles up the middle and stops the run and plugs it up. He does get in the backfield a little bit. So I think that's important for Tampa.
Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Solid show lined up for you. We are 20 days away from the start of the National Football League season. See if you minus 11, that gets us to the college day. That's 9, kids. We're in single digits to week 0, North Carolina State and Virginia. And then we've got TCU and North Carolina. We will talk the Gators today, as I'm probably over the course of the next 9 shows trying to lock in a college team when I can. I don't know if we obviously with that many days, we won't be able to get everyone, but I definitely wanted to talk the Gators one more time, because there are questions there on the offensive line. What quarterback's going to play? Are both going to play early? And so I do think that there's some Gator stuff to talk about. I'm interested to hear from Dave Waters on that. Hopefully he's going to be a regular on the show throughout the season. But the Gators, obviously 2 cupcakes, and then Auburn. How are they looking to get ready for the new season, new coach? Summerall's done a good job in the offseason, but that doesn't matter to the Gator faithful. Miller and Moulton, the starting 5 coming up. We'll catch up with everything that you may have missed from yesterday. In the sports world, a lot of golf to talk about with Bob Harig, The Live Tour, what are they actually playing for? Should they go away? And I know a lot of you think that. I never did before. When you had the PIF money, there was no need to go away. Guys are getting paid. You may not like it, but they were doing just fine. Now the new financiers come into play. What's he actually offering? Are these guys as interested with smaller purses? And are the guarantees that they were getting going to go away? And what will that mean for that tour? Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. I think the poll question is going to revolve around bacon. It's National Bacon Day. The daughter's probably going to be cooking some up in a few minutes, and I'm going to get that smell, and I'm hoping there's some for me too. Hope your day gets off to a great start. We got a little Gators, a little golf, and a little Cowboys as we close out things with the NFC East today. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Pelican Roofing of Florida text line is open. 21,000 is the key number. The keyword is Miller. If you've never texted the show, we'd love to hear from you on this Thursday.
The Floor Meisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floor Meisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in. 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie, John, and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com. capecops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape.
Buying or selling a home? Put a local expert to work for you. I'm Mark Miller with McWilliams Buckley, and I believe real estate is about more than transactions. It's about helping people make the right move, from pricing your home to negotiating the best deal. I'll be with you every step of the way. Call or text me today, 239-425-5582. That's 239-425-5582. Experience, local knowledge, and a personal difference. That's what I'll bring to the table.
This is Miller and Moulton.
And Jets, your Brees Hall, is that he's hurt? I had that yesterday, the groin. I don't think I'll report it again today, but yes, if that's what you were talking about. Oh, all right. Sorry. I got you.
Current players, he might be number one.
No, he didn't get a deal. He's going to be a free agent, Happy. They traded for him. He didn't get a deal. He's going to free agency. That's never been, really, it's never changed. He's actually pitching with all the pressure of trying to get a new deal. And we know how good he is with pressure. He likes to get himself taken out of the game.
Right. Right. That was one of the longest nights of my life. As a sports fan, because you and I both know there's a lot more to life than sports.
Jets, if you're talking the mountains from Nashville, that's a long haul, brother. I mean, you're 3-4 hours from where real mountains are. For what it's worth. I do know him, yes. I wouldn't say we're friends because we've never hung out. I get along with him just fine. Oh, as what, a caller or what? Oh, is she trying to be a broadcaster? She's an intern for Feinbaum. Okay, yeah, I think she went to Mississippi State. If pictures on social ring a bell. He's posted a lot of them of her, as he well should. Gotcha.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000.
Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Thursday edition. So I got a stat that I have to share because I think it's pretty funny and it makes fun of the team, one of the teams that I root for, probably as much, if not more, than any other. And it involves a few teams, but this should hit hard to one of our listeners on Twitch and to my co-host. Other than that, you'll just find it funny. I find it hilarious. So Scotty Scheffler, after winning last week, has 21 wins since 2022. It is more than the total for the following teams. In the NFL, the Tennessee Titans and the Arizona Cardinals have not won as many games as Scotty Scheffler since 2022. In college, hey, Dion, you're on the list.
Oh, no.
Northwestern, you too. Arkansas, Boston College, Stanford, and Purdue. You also make the list. But the two that I want to bring up that make me, well, the one that doesn't matter. The one makes me laugh. But Virginia Tech, they're on the list. Now, they went and got a new coach. They got some money. We'll see what happens with James Franklin bringing all those players. They could get 7 this year. But the other one is the Michigan State Spartans. Right now, listen, I saw another clip yesterday from someone who does what we do for a living. Younger guy said they are the worst Power 4 program in football. It's the worst job. It's the worst situation. There is no place that's more of a grease fire than my alma mater. And I found that funny. But Scotty Scheffler has won more tournaments than the Spartans have won football games since 2022. There are in all 8 college teams and 2 pro teams that Scheffler's won more than. If you're one of those 10 teams, my recommendation to you is find someone else to root for.
I mean, that's probably the number one recommendation you could give. But, hey, that's why they brought in Pat Fitzgerald. That's why Vatek brought in James Franklin. You're just trying to right the ship because it has been an absolute grease fire. That is the word, Mark. And ever since 2021, when Michigan State went to the Peach Bowl, it's just been scandalous, bad.
The Peach Bowl, huh?
Yeah, New Year's Six Bowl.
So, yeah, and we'll see what Pat Fitzgerald does. There's a lot of people who really wonder because he didn't do much his last few years at Northwestern. So we shall see, but it's more than that there. But I just wanted to point out that Scotty Scheffler has won more tournaments than 2 pro and 8 college teams have won in the same amount of time. That shows you, 1, his dominance, and 2, if you're one of those teams, it's going to be a long fall. It's good because of those teams. I think that Virginia Tech has a shot at a bowl. I don't think Stanford does. I don't think Purdue does. I know Boston College doesn't. Arkansas is one of the 3 worst teams in the SEC and a team that really gets the short end of the stick from going to 9 conference games because that's one joke game that they would get to win versus a game that they're probably going to lose. Northwestern won't go to a bowl. Michigan State won't go to a bowl. I don't think Colorado, based on their over and under, will go to a bowl. Vatek can. And as far as the Titans and Cardinals, the Cardinals are one of the 3 teams I think are vying for the first pick overall. I think with the new coach and the new coaches in Tennessee, I think that they're going to pick in the top 10, but I think that they're more like a 6-7 win team than they are a 3-4 win team.
Well, you pretty much just nailed it because their Vegas over-under is 6.5. And if we had time yesterday, I would have asked David Behrman about that. I know no one really cares about the Titans, but that's an intriguing team to me because they do have the new coach, and it's year 2 with Cam Ward. But that's the one team of all the ones you mentioned, college and pro, that I think could maybe surprise. But other than that, I think you're spot on. It speaks more about Scotty Scheffler than it does the ineptitude of those franchises and schools.
So the BMW gets going today, the second leg of the FedEx Cup tournament. And then they finish in Atlanta at the Tour Championship, and then we're done with golf for a while other than silly season stuff. The seniors play forever. Live, they're trying to figure out what they want to do. We'll talk with Bob Harig about that. But yesterday we kind of got on the 5 teams the 5 new teams you expect to make the playoffs. And I racked my brains with this all year. Because when we were talking to Pat and it was off air, Pat and I both kind of said, we can find 3. And even finding 3, when you shout it out, kind of like the Hall of Fame talk that we have. And we've always said that with the Hall of Fame, it's kind of just a gut for a lot of guys. When you hear the name, do you think Hall of Famer? And there are a lot of people, listeners, fans, people that are experts. Well, if you got to think about it, then he's not. So I'm going to rapid fire you. And you say yes or no to the playoffs this year. Patriots.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Steelers.
No.
Jags.
Yes.
Texans.
Yes.
Broncos.
Yes.
Chargers.
No.
Okay, that's 2.
With the center hurt, that really changed it for me.
I don't think, they got slaughtered from Florida. I actually think they're going to be fine. They lost 2 tackles last year and made the playoffs. Eagles.
Yes.
Bears.
Yes.
Packers.
No.
Panthers.
No.
Seahawks.
Yes.
Rams.
Yes.
Niners.
Yes.
So you got 4 with just rapid fire. Now I can make a case for the 49ers not making the playoffs. I think you could make a case for the Bears and or Packers, one, not both, to miss. I think you could maybe make a case for to me, out of the Chargers, Jags, and maybe, Steelers, Patriots, I think you could say 2 of those 4. And I was all over the Patriots not making the playoffs. I started digging into their schedule. The fact that, to me, there's 4 wins between the Jets and the Dolphins, that's hard to overcome, because I don't think, the Dolphins won 7 last year. Doesn't that seem remarkable now?
It does. It really does. But then that's the exact opposite of what the NFC North is dealing with. And I agree with you. And I think a lot of football fans do, a lot of people that cover the sport do, that the Bears and the Packers are kind of the split. Like one of those 2 teams is going to fall out because they play in the NFC North. It's the exact opposite with the Patriots, because they get those 4 games against the Jets.
So I look at, but I look at the Patriots and I think they're right around 10, and I think you have to have double digits to get in the AFC. I just don't think 9 will do it. You had all 6 last year or all 7 rather, with 10 or more. The Steelers actually the worst record that made the playoffs, and they won their division. So trying to find 5 every year is difficult, because that's typically what's going to happen. Every once in a while, it's 4. Every once in a while. But usually we have 5 new playoff teams. We'll talk Cowboys today. Are they going to be a playoff team? And I know you can just listen to whatever station that we're on, which network it is, after this show is over, and hear enough about the Cowboys. But we made a promise. We're going to get you every team and every division that's not in the West. We may have a taped Cardinal segment, because I know you're all clamoring for Arizona Cardinal information. That's just because our buddy JP Shadrick's our new play-by-play voice, and I was texting with him last night. I said, now, the one thing for JP and I, and obviously we miss David, and I'm having a little fun at his expense, but every time I would go music, David would go back to football. If I get JP on, I can just ask 4 or 5 questions in a row about tunes and what he likes now out in the desert since he's made the move. But Cowboys today, will do the AFC North starting tomorrow and work through that division. And then we'll try to figure out a way to get a few of the West teams. Kansas City is usually one we can get our hands on. Like I said, probably can do something on Arizona. We'll see if we can capture the rest, maybe in one large sum with someone who covers the entire division. But that's all ahead in the coming weeks. 9 and 20, the magic numbers to the start of the college and the NFL football seasons. We will do the starting 5 next, make a run at the Gators in about an hour, and then some golf talk with Bob Harig, top of the 8 o'clock hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com. capecops.com. Be brave, be best. Be Cape. The Floormeisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floormeisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in. 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe. and your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 1332512.
This is Miller and Moulton.
So, Javier, I'm going to you because you're the cook. If you were to say, how do you like your bacon? What would, because I don't want to say raw and chewy, but there are people, particularly the French, who don't like their bacon crispy. What would be your categories? Fair enough. I overthought it there. I pulled a Moulton. I'll admit it. I overthought bacon on you.
I like both. In fact, I don't know which one I like better.
Trent, I can't say that I'm surprised. As someone who changes their mind by the segment, the fact that you say I can't decide which way I like bacon is of zero surprise to me. You did not catch me off guard with that answer. In fact, if I were to guess what your answer would have been, I would have said both.
Yeah, I just like bacon, period. I'm not going to complain. Give me bacon. I'd probably lean... I would lean not crispy, actually. I like the chewy.
He's a beauty, kids. Too late. I already put it up. I went with your original. Your OG was fine by me there, my man.
Well, Swamp Buggy, you're right. It does depend on how you're preparing it or what you're eating it with. Like on a BLT, it's got to be crispy. You're right.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000.
Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. It's National Bacon Day. So there. And we have a poll question about bacon. Crispy, not crispy. Talk to some of those fancy French chefs. They like the not crispy. They want to chew on it a little bit. I'm not afraid of both, but I like my bacon cooked. I gotta have
it does depend how you
break.
It does depend what you're eating it with, because someone points. Well, yeah. I mean, as Swamp Buggy points out in our Twitch chat room, a BLT, you're not going to put limp bacon on a BLT. It's got to be crisp.
Right, but there are some of us that like it one way all. Like I want my bacon to be, when it comes out raw. Like when you go to and I don't do it very often. I haven't done it in forever. But if you go to, this is one thing, and I know Javier is going to get ticked at me because he runs a club. But clubs like to have that Sunday brunch, and there has never been a brunch a buffet style brunch where the bacon's worth a damn. It's soggy, it sits in grease, it lays there, and it's never done enough, ever, because they're mass producing it. They're doing it in the oven, they're not cooking it long enough, and it's not crispy. It's a constant. So I know that the chefs of the world hate brunches. Here's the thing. The only people that like a brunch are those eating at a brunch, okay? Because those of you that are eating are just going through the buffet and doing your thing, and you get your food and you eat, and then you get another plate, and then you eat, and then you'll get dessert and you make a mess. Well, because you believe that, my server doesn't have to bring me food, I don't have to tip as much. And a lot of you don't. And I actually subscribe to that philosophy. Because usually it's not as much work for the server. They still have to clear all your plates. They still have to bring you your drinks if you're drinking. But if you're a coffee and a water person, there's not a lot to do for that server. So they get screwed. The busboys work their tail off on a brunch because you are just constantly having to get plates back to the kitchen so that Fat Joe can go through the buffet line 6 times. Okay? So the bussers don't like it. If the bussers don't like it, that means the dishwashers don't like it. The cooks don't like it because they're getting yelled at, more potatoes, because someone's just piling this crap on their plate. And the chefs don't like it because it's beneath them in what they do. Chefs like to prepare meals for you, not this bunch of
mass-produced stuff.
So the only one that likes brunch is the customer, just so you know. I want to find a restaurateur that tells me differently. Now, maybe the owner, because they make money on it, but I'm trying to figure out who likes the brunch. So that's just a little sidebar. But bacon, crispy, not crispy. That Mark Miller, Miller_Moulton. I'll get it up in the chat room here momentarily. But right now, it is time for
the starting 5. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is the starting 5.
All right. And we start today with baseball and the Tampa Bay Rays winning last night, taking down Toronto. Yandy Diaz, Richie Paslios, each drove in 2 in the Rays. 7-6 victory at the Trop. Drew Rasmussen extended his personal career best 6-game winning streak. 5 innings, 5 runs, 7 hits, but he gets the win. He had dropped 4 of his last 5 entering the game. or Tampa dropped 4 or 5 entering the game. Baker, the closer, doing it again for Tampa. Great night last night. Another perfect ninth. 36 saves, 39 tries. Miami lost to Philadelphia 4-1. Aaron Nola worked 7 for the Phillies, and they extend their winning streak to 6 games with the win over Miami. Nola allowed 1 run and 5 hits and didn't walk a batter, striking out 8 on the night. Luis Arias homered and scored twice with 2 hits and a pair of hits for Trey Turner, Brandon Marsh, and Garrett Stubbs for the Phillies. The Marlins had won 6 of 8 before losing all 3 in this series. Well, the Tigers suck. Brandon Lau hit a game-ending home run 2 batters after Rafael Flores hit a home run in the bottom of the 9th. The Tigers took the lead into the bottom of the 9th and gave up not 1, but 2 home runs as Kensley Jensen blows the game for Detroit.
28 blown saves this season for the Tigers, by the way. 28! And think about how tight that AL wildcard race is. Just win half of those.
Skeens gave up 3 on 4 hits for Pittsburgh. Didn't have a great game, obviously. Here's a little fun stat for you. The Pirates have now played 22,089 games in their franchise history. Rafael Flores becomes the first player ever for the Pirates to have a multi-home run game coming off the bench. There's a fact you didn't need to know. San Francisco 1-0 over Cleveland. Victor Barricado had a single in the 4th inning, scoring Rafael Devers, and 3 pitchers combined for the shutout as the Giants take down the Guardians 1-0. The Mets 4-2 over San Diego. Carson Benji, a 2-run home run. 6 Met pitchers held the Padres to 5 hits in the 4-2 victory. Michael King for the Padres actually had a pretty good start. Went 6 2/3. Gave up 2 runs. Threw 100 pitches in 6 2/3. Cody Clemens racked up 3 ribbies in the go-ahead hit in the 7th inning as the Twins take down the Braves 6-4. They sweep the Braves after getting swept by the Phillies. It was the first Twins sweep since doing so against the Rangers in June of this year. The Braves had not been swept since late June. White Sox avoid the sweep. They take down the Cubs 3-0. Jose Urquidy struck out 8 batters, 6 scoreless innings, and Braden Montgomery had a 2-run double to help the White Sox Wednesday afternoon at the friendly confines. Arizona in 10 takes down Boston 7-6. Nolan Arenado had 3 walks and a single. The single was enough to earn the victory for the visiting D-backs. Yankees 5-3 over Baltimore. Ben Rice homered. George Lombard Jr. drove in the go-ahead run, and the Yankees win 5-3. They broke a tie with 2 in the 8th. Whether or not it should have been tied is another issue. Pete Alonso hit what the Orioles thought was a home run. It was challenged. The call was upheld because they only had one angle of the shot. And Alonso and I think a few other Orioles talking after the game that why is there not a camera down each line so you can see this, that you have an actual camera going down the left or right field line so you can determine foul. The ball apparently was so high that it was over top of the foul pole by a long shot, so it was tough to see from that standpoint. But also, a few of the Orioles said MLB's too cheap to put the cameras in.
I mean, think about it. It would solve a lot of problems. Not a lot, because that only happens a couple times a season, but it's like having a goal line camera in football.
Exactly right, Brent. Exactly right. Now we'll dispute whether he's in or not if it's in a pile, but when the ball's out and a runner's trying to dive over the top, because you can see it. Cincinnati, a 5-4 win over St. Louis. Matt McClain had 3 hits, sparked a 3-run rally, and Sal Stewart knocked in a 3-run homer as the Reds topped the visiting Cardinals 5-4. Stewart has 94 ribbies on the season. He's leading Major League Baseball in that category. Kansas City 9-7 over the Athletics. Good to know that those two teams played baseball yesterday. Seattle, a 7-5 victory over Milwaukee after getting beat 22-0 the day before. Dominic Canzone and Taylor Ward drove in 2 runs each in a 4-run first inning, and the Mariners had a 7-run lead before holding on 7-5 against the Brew Crew. Washington shuts out Texas 6-0. Andres Chaparro had 3 hits, including a 3-run homer. Cave Cavalli fans 11-6 as the Nats snap a 4-game losing streak against Texas. Over his past 10 starts, Cavalli is 7-1 with a 2.12 earned run average and 73 strikeouts in 59 1/3.
Mark, the Rangers struck out 13 times total in that game. All of them were swinging. Not a single called third strike. That's pretty bizarre.
Houston 3-2 over the Angels. Christian Vasquez homered. Jose Altuve hit an RBI double during a 2-run fourth, and the bullpen helped carry the Astros to the 3-2 win over L.A. Vasquez snapped the scoreless tie with his home run in the 7th inning, and then Altuve able to add on. Dodgers 6-4 over Colorado. Freddie Freeman in the 10th with a sac fly. Mookie Betts added an RBI single, and the Dodgers sweep the Rockies, finishing in the series off 6-4. Betts had 3 hits, including a home run on the game. Kyle Tucker, who had been struggling, had 2 hits for the Dodgers.
I believe the Dodgers are 20-5 over the Rockies going back to last season.
Yeah, they beat up on the bad teams. I mean, that's what you do. You don't lose to bad teams. Tampa Bay, we talked about it earlier. Vita Vea ended his hold in. According to his agent, they reached an agreement on a 1-year extension that had $6 million to the 18 he was already going to make, plus $24 million in 27, 30 of it guaranteed. So basically 24 guaranteed this year and only 6 of the 24 guaranteed for next year. So there's an out for Tampa should they want it. Jaden Higgins is done for the Texans. In a joint practice with the Raiders, he ran a route in the end zone, fell awkwardly in drills, torn ACL. He'll be out for the season. Seattle signs former Cowboys Pro Bowler Trayvon Diggs to a 1-year deal. Saints running back Alvin Kamara is expected to be sidelined for at least a month due to a sprained MCL. Tyler Warren suffered a groin injury in a joint practice with the Colts and the Falcons. That just is worth watching because you already have Pierce who's not there. Now Warren injures a groin. I mean, I don't know who they're going to throw the ball to. I know they signed Keenan Allen. They think they've got a little bit there, but I wonder. And I mentioned already, Tyler Blidez, the center for the Chargers, hurt in a joint practice. They fear that it's an ACL. College football, 3 players listed on NFL rosters are among a group of 33 who are part of a lawsuit against the NCAA and were granted a temporary restraining order by the Louisiana State Court to return to college for 1 more season. 2 starters from Ole Miss and Oregon State running back Anthony Hankerson are part of the lawsuit. They all say they want to be released from their NFL contracts. Should it happen by September 1st, they would be allowed to play collegiately thanks to the restraining order. I did text Bud Elliott last night, and he got back to me while I was asleep because I just said, is this highest bidder? Because scholarships don't matter. In the NIL world, they don't have to have a scholarship. They can just pay him more money. And he said, you have to have a roster spot. Some teams are full, so potentially you'd have to cut somebody. You're going to cut somebody for a guy that got a tryout with an NFL team to make your college team better? Yeah, I think they are.
Of course you are.
And what to me is a bizarro story. UCLA got its logo back. Did you see this, Trent?
No, I didn't.
A bizarre agreement stretching back more than 60 years. The change comes after an audit of a student-run organization that controlled the rights to the logo and clears the way for the school to take full control of optimizing branded products. It could be worth millions to the athletic department because they used to have to pay to use their own logo on merchandise. And UCLA doesn't have any money, for the record. None. PGA Tour, they shift from Memphis to St. Louis. The BMW, they start today. Scheffler won last week, going away, winning by 8. Live Golf, Scott O'Neill is confident that Live Golf will continue without the funding of the PIF fund from Saudi Arabia. He said, we have work to do. There are hurdles to jump over. It's a very complex transaction. We have to deliver, but man, I wouldn't bet against us. I would.
I will too.
NBA 3-team trade. Cavs, Nuggets, Clips. Peyton Watson to Cleveland, Max Strus to LA, and Denver gets an unprotected 2031 Cavs first-round pick and a second-rounder from the Kings. Good trade, bad trade, nothing trade, Trent.
It's just a balance sheet thing. They're just moving their cap around. Those are all role players. Nothing, no big splashes here.
And Sophie Cunningham likes to make the news. She did again yesterday, saying that the WNBA needs new leadership. Jumping on that train. That seems to be an easy one. And at 7 minutes before the hour, that was the starting 5. 5 big stories in Sophie Cunningham that you needed to know on Miller and Moulton. We'll get to the best 20s that ever played as we're 9 days away from college football, 20 from the NFL.
If you're a business who targets men, please know there is no better and more economical way to reach your target audience than us at Miller and Moulton. So let us help you make money. You can reach out to Mark at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton on X, or text us at 21,000. We have a proven product, a good reputation, and lots of quality segments that we can attach your company's name to. Miller and Moulton, we're like that old pizza box. You've had the rest. Now try the best. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Floor Meisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floor Meisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in. 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. floormeisters.com. Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com. capecops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape.
Buying or selling a home? Put a local expert to work for you. I'm Mark Miller with McWilliams Buckley, and I believe real estate is about more than transactions. It's about helping people make the right move, from pricing your home to negotiating the best deal. I'll be with you every step of the way. Call or text me today, 239-425-5582. That's 239-425-5582. Experience, local knowledge, and a personal difference. That's what I'll bring to the table.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Damn right there is, Paul. Lem Barney. Anybody else you want to talk about? There's 3 Lions on the list, Paul. 3. It's without question their most iconic number. It is their red, white, and blue Apollo Creed to Rocky shorts. Oh, LW, thank you for that. How would I have lived?
How did it slip your mind, Mark?
Not knowing that Max Verstappen is staying with Red Bull through 2030. And he'll lead the first lap several times, which means he'll win several races. I can't do auto sports, guys. I wish I had the bug. Actually, I don't even wish. I'm fine with it. I have enough sports in my life. I really don't need any more. And that's why I question you. I am interested in what Premier League ratings are this year. Like, I am fascinated to see if the World Cup does what people think it will do. Like, do you have a team? Did you not have a Premier League or La Liga or whatever league it is you want to follow? Did you not have a team heading into the summer, and now you have a team that you're actually going to pay attention to? That fascinates me.
Yeah, see what the effect is.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller.
Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Thanks so much for listening. Appreciate you. However you're checking us out, Jacksonville, Tampa, Fort Myers, Naples, Lake City, Live Oak, Port Charlotte, Venice, Huntsville, and up in Greenwich, Connecticut. So thank you for tuning in to Miller and Moulton along the network and a couple of places online. So we appreciate it. The text line for those of you not watching on Twitch or YouTube, because you can do it in real time. For the rest of you, the Pelican Roofing of Florida text line is open. The number is 21,000. The keyword is Miller. So text Miller to 21,000 and then let it rip. You can text to your heart content and let us know what you think. So I have been making the case for a while now that there has never been a better opportunity for a 9-3 team to make the college football playoff. Now, I think there will only be one. Trent quickly said, I think there'll be multiple. No way in hell. I'll bet you any amount of money that 2 9-3 teams don't make the playoff. We've never had one. So we're not going from 0 to 2, in my opinion. But I don't think that it's that cut and dry. Was talking with my kid yesterday. He goes, well, what if I picked a conference champ at 9-3? I don't think that's fair. I don't think that counts because you're an automatic bid if you win a conference. So I think we can obviously safely rule out all G5 teams or G6 teams, all Big 12 teams, all ACC teams. We know they have no shot. Notre Dame at 9-3 has no chance to get in with their schedule. None whatsoever. 10-2 is going to be a real struggle. I don't think that happens. I think they're an 11-1 football team. At worst, that's if they lose to Miami. And perhaps BYU. I mean, going on the road, there's no picnic. So maybe. But I look at a handful of teams that if they're 9-3, I think they have a legit shot to get in if things fall a certain way. But there are others, like, for instance, the Georgia Bulldogs. I don't think at 9-3 that they have a shot because, to me, they only play 3, quote-unquote, tough games. They host Oklahoma, they play at Alabama, they play at Ole Miss, and Florida in the neutral site. But Florida's not, this isn't, Steve Spurrier or Urban Meyer's Florida. So losing that game isn't going to help you. It doesn't be like, wow, they lost to a great team. Maybe, Florida, even if Florida stacks a 9-3 in there. So I don't think Georgia's 9-3 gets in. However, Texas, for instance, I think their 9-3 could get in. Why? Well, they play Ohio State. They have a non-conference game, and that's the key. They have a non-conference game that will trump just about anybody else's non-conference game. So I think Texas is 9-3, where they play Oklahoma neutral site, they play Ole Miss, they play LSU, and then you've got Tennessee on the road, A&M on the road, and Florida. I think their schedule is heavier than that of the Dogs. So I think their 9-3 would be different.
And a quick little note on Texas. They play UTSA. And I don't think by any means UTSA would beat Texas, but that is one of the group of 5 schools that's getting a lot of love to potentially make this playoff. So that could add points at the end of the year when the committee looks at the schedule as well.
Yeah, I mean, you're right, because if they run the table after that, they are one of the G5 schools, and nobody thinks the G5 school's undefeated in, by the way, that the G5 school will lose a game of the teams that are being picked to fill, or G6 that are being filled to do that. Now, Oklahoma is another team that at 9-3 would be really interesting, depending on how the 9-3 falls. It's why Oklahoma at Michigan week 2 is a monster to me.
Yeah.
But they play at Michigan. They play at Georgia. Obviously, the neutral site Texas game. They're at Florida, home for Ole Miss and A&M. That's an interesting 9-3. I don't think so, but it's possible. Ole Miss, I don't think their 9-3 gets it done. I certainly don't think A&M's 9-3 would get it done. Same with Tennessee. LSU, it would depend. They would need Clemson to win 10 or 11 games. They would need to beat Clemson, somehow lose 3 in conference, and I still don't know if that's enough. But I do think like Texas and Oklahoma are interesting cases. Now in the Big Ten, I've got 2 to me that are for sure under consideration at 9-3. But and again, I'm just saying if all 4 of these teams were 9-3, I think one of them gets in. Ohio State.
Yes.
It's the toughest schedule to me in the country. At Texas, at Iowa, at Indiana, at USC, at Nebraska. That's their easiest road game. Home for Michigan and Oregon. I think their 9-3 would be under consideration if it were to happen. Indiana, no way. I mean, this is where the bad non-conference games bite you. Oregon, close, but I say no. Because they do play a couple of tough road games. They're at USC. They're at Ohio State. They host Michigan and Washington, but non-conference, they would need Oklahoma State to win the Big 12, and that's not going to happen. No chance for USC. Non-conference games are pathetic. But the University of Michigan, the right 9-3, like put it this way, Penn State's 10-2, Michigan's 9-3, and somehow Michigan finds a way to beat Oklahoma. I think that would be the key to this, because then somehow they lose 3 games between Iowa, Penn State, Indiana, Oregon, Ohio State. Maybe somehow, and I'm not predicting it, but what if they dropped a rivalry game to Michigan State and lost 2 more? Would that bad loss keep them out? Probably. But I do think it's Texas, Oklahoma, Michigan, and Ohio State. I think they're the only 4 teams that could put a 3 in the L column and still get an at-large bid, because 1, I do think the brand matters. 2, the schedule definitely matters. And
I think the schedule arguably matters more, which is crazy in this day and age. But for that, Ohio State has both of those factors going for them, because the schedule's insane and it's still Ohio State. And not that this matters a ton, they do enter as the number 1 team. I know that probably shouldn't matter at all, but it does to these voters a little bit.
Well, no, but I mean, that you've got Texas, Oklahoma, and Ohio State that are all starting out. I think Oklahoma, if they're not in the top 10, they're right near the top 10. Michigan's also in the top 20. So I don't, again, they wouldn't all get in. But to me, if a 3-loss team gets in, those are the teams I'm looking at right now, because obviously Texas, Ohio State, someone's walking out of that game with a loss. And if we were to ever do it, last year, the noise that the Texas has made, the noise that the SEC made. Well, if I'm Greg Petiti and somehow my Buckeyes go 9-3, I'm not just pounded on the table. I'm jumping on top of it to make my speech as to why Ohio State deserves to get in over, name number 2 in the ACC, name number 2 in the Big 12, and then stack that Buckeye schedule against it. So I do think that there is a scenario where a 3-loss team could get in, and I'm trying to explain that. To me, there are 4 teams heading into the season that I think have that chance.
But it seems like the common denominator is that one of those 3 losses would be a non-conference game. It would be early on, Ohio State, Texas, something like that. It would have to be a situation like that. You can't lose 3 conference games and get in.
It's interesting, Trent. I actually think with Ohio State, Texas, the loser can still get in. I don't know that the loser of Michigan, Oklahoma can get in. I think they have to win that game to show their superiority over the other conference. That says, in Oklahoma's case, maybe are we taking 5 SEC teams in 3 Big Ten? And in Michigan's case, are we taking 4 Big Ten teams instead of a 5th SEC team? So I think it's right on the Ohio State, Texas. I think the loser of Michigan, Oklahoma would have trouble with 3 losses unless it's just an incredible game that, that's won on the last play or, in the last possession type of thing. But I believe that this is if a 3-loss team gets in, this is the year. And when you look at the BYU schedule, you look at what's thought of the Big 12, you look at Texas Tech's schedule. If Texas Tech, doesn't win the Big 12, are they going to be deserving of a bid? That's the, SMU, they lose to Notre Dame, they lose the ACC championship. There's not a lot of meat on the bone there. The same with, I will say, this is where the early season games. What if Clemson were to beat LSU? What if Louisville were to beat Ole Miss? That then puts a feather in the cap of the ACC. Ohio State and Texas is a great game. And I don't want to say it's meaningless, because it's not. But I think Michigan, Oklahoma, I think LSU, Clemson, I think Ole Miss, Louisville may be more important to determine who the final playoff teams are than Ohio State and Texas, if you follow what I'm saying.
Those carry more weight because you're more confident that the winner of those games will then go on to have a better season and eventually get a playoff bid. Whereas Ohio State, Texas, you think the loser of that game could easily still get in.
Not only that, it's not the weight that the game carries, it's the weight that it does for the conferences. See, I like Ohio State and Texas, Texas is either 1 or 2 in their conference. Ohio State is either one or two. I mean, they're the preseason number one and number 5 teams in the country. So when you look at Ole Miss and Louisville, Ole Miss is going to be a fringe playoff team. If they put 10 up, they're in. If they put 9, probably not. Louisville has a shot at the ACC. What if they throw a 10-2 up there, lose the ACC, or in 11-1 and lose the ACC, but they've beaten Ole Miss? They're raising their hand going, hey, SEC, you're not all that. We beat your 9-3 Ole Miss. That win's got to mean something. You know, the same thing if Clemson were to beat LSU. Now, Clemson's a 9.5-point dog in that game. They're not supposed to win. But Dabo, I love, we got a bunch of nobodies on our team. I mean, he's playing the woe is me card. I don't know if it works. I don't know if Dabo's got enough talent there anymore. But this is going to be the first start from the kid from LSU that transferred, Levitt, that transferred from Arizona State. Lane's got a lot of new bodies there. If there were ever a time to get LSU, isn't it before they figure out how to play together as a team?
Yeah.
And what does Dabo do? Dabo keeps all of his players. I mean, when Pat Kerwin was talking about the Bills, that they're, and formation-wise, they're set, don't you think that Clemson, in theory, should be a little more ready week 1 than LSU just because of familiarity with the players on the team?
Continuity and chemistry. I think it's the most underrated thing in all of sports because it doesn't win you games, but it can definitely win you moments and win you plays.
Miller and Moulton, talking a little college football. When we come back, we're 20 days away from the National Football League season. We'll give you the best 20s ever.
If you're a business who targets men, please know there is no better and more economical way to reach your target audience than us at Miller and Moulton. So let us help you make money. You can reach out to Mark at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton on X, or text us at 21,000. We have a proven product, a good reputation, and lots of quality segments that we can attach your company's name to. Miller and Moulton, we're like that old pizza box. You've had the rest. Now try the best. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. The Floormeisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floormeisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in, 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 1332512.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to CapeCops.com. CapeCops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Michael, I can't express it enough. I'm never, ever picking Ricky Fowler in a golf tournament. If you're right, great. I didn't pick him. I don't pick him. Who was my team this week? What do we got here? I just kind of threw it together because I don't care. Because I have to win this to even win money. What's my pathetic team? View team. I picked Scheffler again because I've got picks for him, and I went with Fitzpatrick. I picked Cantlay and Morikawa, and I picked Alex Noren as my C player. And the rosters are locked. So that is my team. I don't even know if I think Ricky was a C. But I don't pick Ricky. I'm anti-Ricky, Michael. I don't know what to tell you. And Paul, if Michigan would have hired him, you'd have told me he was the best coach ever. Sorry. Your glasses are as rosy as Trent's, or almost as rosy as Trent's. Paula, you've defended Sharon Moore on this show. Your comments towards the state of Michigan, I have to take with a grain of salt. The stuff you send me, all wonderful. Appreciate it. At least your daughter got a wonderful education. I think I have to clean the freezer today, and that sounds like a really no fun job.
Yeah, that doesn't sound fun.
Fortunately, I have 2 backup freezers to put all of the stuff in.
Transfer it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because I've got
gotcha.
that there's my ice maker's not working. It's things break, Trent. It's what you're going to realize as an adult. Everything breaks all the time. Doesn't matter if it's a nice house, a middle house, a bad house, crap breaks.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000.
Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Thanks for joining us. We're jumping in the express lane at Publix with our number 20s because we've got at least 20 20s on the list. We can't, we can't go in the express lane at other places, but we can at Publix. No more 10 and under. They told Mark Miller, to hell with you. I don't care how many items you have. I'm not letting you count the items of the person in front of you. No more.
20 is a very versatile jersey number. I mean, across all 4 major sports, there's plenty of them. So,
20, also the number of years that I think the fraternity guys at Penn State are getting. By the way,
that's true.
By the way, well, they're gonna all get busted, but
yeah,
I mean, this story, if you don't know it, it's a couple days old. But apparently 2 fraternities at Penn State were just dealing a lot of blow. All right, let's get down to brass tacks here. For at least 30 plus years, fraternities at college have been dealing blow. I can say that with certainty for 2 reasons. 1, people do the stuff. 2, you need to have money typically to do cocaine. And frat boys typically come from money. So therefore, the frat house always had a little Peruvian marching powder. How do I know this? How do I know this? Well, it's just a guess. Let me just say that. But how, again, look it. This is something that I feel like instead of the old man yelling at the kids at the porch, this is the old drug dealer yelling at the drug dealers from the porch. What are you doing taking Venmo? How can you take Venmo for cocaine? I jokingly will send my fantasy football money to the commissioner of our league, who happens to be my son. And the reason on Venmo I put cocaine and hookers, just to make him laugh. It's for when you are buying your drugs off of Venmo. Do you think no one can see that? They literally got caught because the kid at the Sigma Chi house or the Delta Upsilon house, whichever one it was taking Venmo payments for cocaine. What happened to cash? This is the one area that we need cash. What has happened to the drug dealers of today that are taking Venmo? You want to take Bitcoin? I'm fine with that for big, large transactions, but cash?
Yeah, I'm glad Joe Pesci's still alive, because otherwise I'd say Joe Pesci's rolling in his grave right now, knowing that people are doing drug transactions on Venmo.
I'm telling you, what's going on? What's wrong with this world? All right, let's get to the 20s. I've only got 4 hockey and 4 hoop. 3 of the hoop are amazing. 1 I think is in the very good category. You may have more in the hoop category. In the very good category, I'm going with Allen Houston. Very good, not great, but I like guards. I'm short. All right, and then I don't know what order you'd put this in. The order I'm going to put it in, because he only wore it in Boston, I'm going to go Ray Allen 3rd.
Yeah.
I'm going to go Manu Ginobili 2. And I'm going Gary Payton. I'm going the glove 1. I love me some Gary Payton. He was a ridiculously good 2-way basketball player. So that's my, and I'm, is there a current 20 that I'm missing, Trent? Is there someone you've got on your list that I didn't speak of?
No.
Right,
and I agree with your order for the record, because Gary Payton, while he didn't win a championship as the guy, I know he won one with the 06 Heat. Manu Ginobili was like the 6th man, more of a role player.
Great. They're all really good. And you could argue it anyway. Hockey, again, I only have 4. Chris Kreider is the one that doesn't count, but I'm putting him on the list. Eddie Belfour wore it, not with Chicago. Everywhere else, Eddie the Eagle wore 20, including Dallas. Dino Ciccarelli with the Minnesota North Stars in the first part of his career wore 20. But to me, the number 120 is the French-Canadian Luc Robitaille, with many years with the LA Kings. Did play a little bit with the Wings as well, but Luc Robitaille, unbelievable goal scorer. All right, baseball. I'm old school with just about all of these, working into like somewhat new old school. But Lou Brock, which I just saw a bit because I go down the Don Rickles hole. Rickles is on, and I thought I had seen every Rickles on Carson. Rickles is on Carson, and he was filming CPO Sharkey, so he's dressed in like his work clothes, not a suit and tie, which he always would wear. And Lou Brock was also a guest. And he got up and started showing Lou Brock how to steal. And it is gold, absolute gold. Cesar Geronimo, great player with the Reds. Howard Johnson, I bring that up because he had a 30-30 year. He was the 3rd guy to do it, like after Mays and I forget, was it Mays and like Aaron? I mean, it's like 2 ridiculous players and then Howard Johnson. Are you kidding me? Jorge Posada, Frank Robinson, Don Sutton, Kevin Youkilis, but I'm going to put Frank Robinson probably goes at the top of the list, but I don't know his career as well. Before my time, if you will. But of the 20s on there, I love me some Michael Jack Schmidt. Give me Mike Schmidt at the top of the 20s. And then we go to football. One current one, got to get Breece Hall in there for our Jets fans out there. Hopefully he's ready for week 1.
He's probably the best number 20 currently playing.
I would say that that's a fact. Then there's some other good running backs, the Darren McFaddens, the Garrison Hurst, Rocky Blyer. Then you've got the D-backs, Lewis Wright going way back, but then you've got Ed Reed, you've got Mel Renfro, you got Brian Dawkins, you got Rondé Barber. That's a pretty special list. But this is where Detroit gets to celebrate. Trent's going to cry because I told him no Detroit all week. So I'm not, I may allow him here, but I will give you 2 that you weren't expecting because I'm going old school with Detroit. I'm going Lem Barney, the OG number 20. You want to freak some people out? Put Barney on the back of your 20 jersey and wear that into Detroit. You know where you're going to get a compliment from? Somebody's grandfather or great-grandfather. Their grandfather is going to go, why don't you have Sims on the back of that? The next number 20 in Detroit lore, but the best number 20 on this list. I don't think there's a better one, period, than one Barry Sanders. That's at the top of the list of the number 20s. Very lucky to have Barry on the show many years ago when we were at Radio Row. I think that was Tampa. I think we had Barry on in Tampa, not Miami, one or the other. I can't remember which anymore. They all kind of blend together. But there's your number 20s. But I mean, does your dad have like Barry highlight films on VHS to watch occasionally? Because
yeah, Mark, that's how I know Barry. That's how my brothers and I know Barry, because growing up, my dad has this box set of, it's actually DVDs. It's not VHSs, but and it's all Barry Sanders highlights. That's all it is. It's like 7 discs of just season after season after season and run.
Yeah,
after
a lot
run
of
after
one,
run.
lot of 1-yard runs that should have been 5-yard losses.
Correct. He would do whatever it took to get that extra yard or at least get back to the line of scrimmage.
One really good team. Utley gets hurt. He's paralyzed. The other guard in the offseason, if memory serves me right, literally got killed in a car accident. He was mowing the lawn, I think in Alabama, and a car drove up. He was out in the country. A car drove up and killed him. And then they lost a tackle for good. They had a really good line. And 2 career-ending injuries and a freak accident that killed another. And that was about the end of the Lions' run with Barry Sanders, and they were never the same. And obviously, we all know he decided to retire early instead of playing for that god-awful franchise. Miller and Moulton, 20 days away from the start of the National Football League season. 3 weeks ago yesterday, Patriots and Seahawks. We are working our way through all of the divisions. This week, we did the NFC East. We'll do the Cowboys in an hour's time. We'll do some golf with Bob Harig. Lots to talk about there. Rory just likes to talk. Rory asked what the LIV guys bring to the table for the PGA Tour. He goes, well, what do they bring for LIV? I mean, he can't help but be a smart ass. He's great at it, and it makes for great fodder. But we'll talk to Bob Harig about some of those things, what's going on with LIV, what's going on with the FedEx playoffs. And next, we'll talk Gators. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
The Floormeisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floormeisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in, 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 1332512. Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
If you're a business who targets men, please know there is no better and more economical way to reach your target audience than us at Miller & Moulton. So let us help you make money. You can reach out to Mark at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton on X, or text us at 21,000. We have a proven product, a good reputation, and lots of quality segments that we can attach your company's name to. Miller & Moulton, we're like that old pizza box. You've had the rest, now try the best. Miller & Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Michael, I actually sent him the info yesterday because I saw it like right after the news broke on the Post. And I sent him the article and I said, do you need a guest slot tomorrow? In full panic because I don't have this guy's phone number. I was turned on to this guy by someone that I kind of know, that I trust enough. He said yes. It was all via email. He has the invitation. The only way we're doing this is by video, because I don't have a phone number, so I can't text him, and that freaks me out. So I'm in full panic mode for the next 4 minutes. All right. Hey, David, thanks so much for doing this, man.
No problem.
Really, really appreciate it. Looking forward to it.
Absolutely.
That hover helmet is sweet. I like that.
Yeah, had that back there for a while now.
Yeah, I've always wanted one of those.
And
It was funny.
Just so you know, our Twitch and YouTube audience are live all the time, as I'm sure
Okay.
you all know with this stuff. But
Yeah,
I don't ever want someone to speak out of school and go, I didn't know there was people listening. So
it's funny. I was on a Texas podcast. I think it was last year, or the year before, and they saw the hover helmet, and they literally ordered one as we were doing the the segment. It was funny.
I laugh. I see the white helmet with the F. I remember, what was it? Was that the SEC championship game where they came out in the all whites and were like, what are they doing?
Yeah, they wore them with their special uniforms the week before against Florida State, and then they wore them again against Bama in the 09 title game.
It was like, my ex-wife, my first wife, went to Georgia, and my son's a big dog fan. And it's like when they wore black against Bama, it's like, what? Why? Why? There's just certain things you don't do. But and I'll ask you one. I'll start out with this just to give you a thought. But I made the case for, I think there are 4 teams, and the Gators could be a 5th if they pull it off, but I don't think they've got the status yet. I think there are 4 teams, 2 Big Ten teams and 2 SEC teams, that if they go 9-3, will raise their hand to get into the playoff.
Mm.
But I mean, to me, it's like Georgia's no shot. If Georgia's 9-3, their schedule ain't good enough. Texas 9-3, yes.
Yep.
Oklahoma maybe, Ohio State, and I think Michigan, if they beat Oklahoma.
Right.
They would raise their hand over, maybe the worst SEC, the 5th SEC team. But I think this could be the year we finally get a 9-3, but we'll see. But we've been pinning, and we'll talk. We've been pinning a lot on Game 3 for the Gators. That for both of those teams.
Yeah. Yeah, we can get into that. That's a conversation that's up there a lot.
Yeah, and I think it should be, because we're going to, we won't find anything out about the Gators until then.
Mm-mm.
Auburn's got the Baylor game, but I don't know
Right.
how Baylor is. How long you been doing the podcast?
10 years.
Okay. Wow.
Yep.
Build a really good audience. That's awesome.
I don't know the exact start date, but I know it's around this time. So
okay, perfect.
Definitely been 10 years.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000.
Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Thanks so much for joining us wherever you may be, whether in the state of Florida, Alabama, or Connecticut. Thanks for making us part of your mornings. Miller and Moulton, Trent Bally in the co-pilot seat this morning. We are happy to be joined for the first time by David Waters. He is one of the hosts of Gators Breakdown. You can follow him on X at GatorDave_GB. That's Gators Breakdown, everybody. Or you can follow the X page Gators Breakdown as well. GatorsBreakdown.com is the website where you can download the podcast. Dave, thanks so much for doing this. First time on the show. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, guys, thanks so much. Certainly counting down the days till football season, and just getting out there, talking about John Summerall's first season. So a lot to get into with the big transition of got to get this thing going, waking the beast, as he says.
Well, he's won the offseason. For a guy like me that doesn't, I want all three Florida teams to be good. My job's easier. College football's better when that's going on. We don't have to worry about the team in Tallahassee because they're a grease fire. But Florida's not where they should be. And they've been coach after coach telling them they're going to get there. What is it that someone like you've been doing Gators Breakdown for 10 years. So you've seen the good, you've seen now some bad for a while, but what is it that you wanted to see in the offseason? What makes you think heading into the season that this is better than last time and maybe better than the time before that? They may have gotten rid of Dan Mullen a little too early, but that's for another day. But what makes you think that Summerall's the right guy?
Yeah, we can all get tricked by the offseason. So, obviously we got to wait till the games are being played. But as you said, he's kind of won everything he's done since then, since the opening press conference and joking about Lane Kiffin because Florida was in the Lane Kiffin sweepstakes and joking about that. And then also endearing himself with the fan base, and rightfully so. And I do think he means it when he says it. We're going to lean into the offense. We're going to have an explosive offense. I know what Gator fans want. I know what Gator Nation wants. And not obviously that's what Florida wins with. I mean, you have a certain talent base, a certain talent profile that you can recruit to in the state of Florida. You got to lean into it. You can't just be this blundering, try to be, playing in a phone booth style of football. That's not Florida football. And I think John Summerall gets that. And I had him on the podcast in February, and it was kind of the first sit down he got to do with Gator Nation. And the question of coming up is, what makes you different than the last guy? A lot of people will say, oh, you're coming from Louisiana, much like Billy Napier did, coming from a lower tier of football. What does make you different? He goes, look what I did. I didn't bring all my buddies on the coaching staff from Tulane. I didn't bring a lot of the same players from Tulane up to Florida and going to try and win with it. I went and hired Buster Fulton. I went and hired Brad White, two coordinators that have a good reputation around the country. So he's already done some things different there too. I think he hired a great staff. Recruiting's off to a good start as well for his bump class. So those are the things that he's done different. You can point to why it would be different. Doesn't mean it will be different, but you can point to things of why it will be different. And I just think he just kind of gets what Florida fans are looking for.
No doubt. And Buster Faulkner is a big part of that. I'm glad you went there with the OC because he comes from Georgia Tech, and it's amazing already what people think of Georgia Tech heading into this year. It's like, man, that's really going to hurt them. And the quarterback comes with him. Aaron Philo's been the leader in the clubhouse. I know Jones is a guy. Last year I had a lot of Gator fans going, why aren't we playing him more? Why do we continue to go with Lagway when Jones looks like, I know we paid this guy, but this guy looks better. So Is it Philo's job to lose? Are we going to see both early? By the time we get, nothing matters until the Auburn game, Dave. So are we going to see both a lot before the Auburn game and still try to figure this out with live bullets flying?
Yeah, I think if Florida had a game this Saturday, Philo would be the guy. I do believe John Summerall when he says that gap has shrunk, and Tramel Jones has just kind of really applied himself to learn the playbook, get caught up in that regard. Certainly has probably a more live arm than Philo does, can push the ball down the field a bit more. But where you think he would have trouble is where he is having trouble. He admitted it. John Summerall admitted it last week as well. All the pre-snap stuff, getting the guys in the right place, all the making sure the guys come in motion when there's motion called in the play. That's where Tramel lacks right now. But at the same time, you hear almost every scrimmage Florida has had. We saw it in the spring game as well. Philo throwing interceptions, and that's not really his reputation. But every time we hear of some big moment, there's turnovers involved with Aaron Philo. Now, to be fair, John Summerall said there were some interceptions dropped that should have been thrown by Tramel as well. So, obviously, I think there's just more of a learning experience. I think all the pre-snap stuff will give Philo the job. I do expect both to play early on, with it being a clear indication Philo's likely the number one guy going into those. But I do think in those reps there, Philo can play himself out of it, and Tramel can play himself into it.
Well, regardless of who's under center, the skill position players are a huge part of what Florida's going to be able to do offensively. You talked about Buster Faulkner, what his system is. Give our listeners a peek behind the curtain as to what that's going to look like. What makes Buster Faulkner's offense unique?
Yeah, well, one thing I think that is going to carry over from the Georgia Tech offense is the man loves to run counter, and you're going to see counter, and you're going to see it good with Jaden Ball back there in the backfield. But there's a lot of pre-snap motion to gain an advantage. It's not like a pre-snap motion just for the joke with Billy Napier's offense was just to run it. There's a lot of strategy of Buster Faulkner, whether it be receivers getting an advantage in man coverage and is outrunning a guy while he's in the motioning the receiver to the backfield, getting the backs involved as well. It's just the biggest thing to me is the whole kind of guessing game misdirection Buster Faulkner provides as an offensive coordinator. I remember a couple years ago, Florida State was coming off that year where they got kind of shunned from the playoff. The very next season, they opened up in Ireland against Georgia Tech. And I had known about Buster Faulkner. I had known about Haynes King in that Georgia Tech offense. But that was a week 0 game. Everybody's watching it. And just from the get-go, I'm like, I kind of like this offense. I mean, FSU's defensive line was lost or linebackers were lost. They didn't know whether the play was going left. They didn't know if it was going right. And, not very talented overall Georgia Tech offense. Just kind of, to me, that was kind of the starting point. I know he was there the year before, but that was kind of the starting point where you're like, this guy can do more with less. And he turned Haynes King into a pretty good quarterback. You got a run game as well. Now, it is going to be different. They're not going to rely on Aaron Philo or Tramel Jones to go be Haynes King and basically be Tim Tebow-esque and just go run into a pile. That's not going to happen. That is not going to be this offense here. So I do think music to Gator fans' ears, opening up the passing game a bit more. You're going to see more 4 receiver sets, maybe even 5 receiver sets. Make sure you get these good skill players on the field. Like I said, going back earlier, not playing in a phone booth, not playing a whole lot with 2 tight ends. Use the skill player talent that Florida has on the roster. And then that's going to be the biggest thing. You're going to just see this offense open up a bit more.
But they do like to run it, and they may have the best running back in the SEC. I mean, I could argue that Ball's there with any other running back in the conference heading into the league. As much as I want to see 2 quarterbacks in the first 2 games, I'm guessing we're not going to see a whole lot of Jaden Ball until the Auburn game.
I think that's correct. I think maybe let him play first quarter both those games and get him out of there. They know what they have there.
Right.
They have a deep room as well, but I think they want to see maybe how that rotation behind him does shake out. You got Evan Pryor to transfer from Cincinnati, who is a different style of back, a guy who is a little faster, twitchier, can get the ball out of the backfield. Duke Clark comes back to practice this week. He's kind of in that same mold as well. And then they bring in London Montgomery from ECU, very tough, hard-nosed runner. He's got a lot of production to his belt as well. And then Byron Lewis, who's in his second year, is raising up the depth chart as well with fall camp this week. So they have a room that can go 5 deep. I think they're pretty comfortable there, at least with the top 3. And they can – the thing to watch out for is maybe some 2-back sets because they feel good about the room. But Jaden Ball and the Wildcat, Florida has not been shy about hiding that. That was something we saw in spring highlights. They've kind of expanded the role this fall as well to get Jaden Ball even more comfortable in it. Jaden Ball played a little bit of quarterback in high school. So that is going to be an option. They're not going to live in the Wildcat. I don't think you're going to see it every 3rd and short. But that is going to be an aspect of this offense just to get one of the best players on the roster the ball in his hands even more.
Well, and I love it because Haynes King was such an effective runner for Georgia Tech. And if you don't want to run your quarterback, that's a great way to counter that. All right, last question on the offense because I want to get to the other side of the ball if we can. The tackles. The depth of the offensive line. There seems to be everybody that I talk to, you study this all the time. Talk to me about the depth of the offensive line, the tackles, because that seems to be, if there's a weak spot in this offense, that seems to be where everybody points.
Yeah, a lot of shuffling going on there. I think the way it would look right now, Egan Boyer to transfer from Penn State at left tackle, and then Emeka Ogorji to transfer from Stanford at right tackle. That kind of seems to be the shuffle they're playing with right now. How does Bryce Lovett fit into that? He can play guard or tackle, so I think he's still in the mix as well. The inside they feel good about. It is the tackle spots that they still got to get figured out.
Against FAU and Campbell, is there a name or two on defense, if we switch to the defensive side of the ball, that you're really looking for, that it's not necessarily a tryout, but someone you're unsure of that you want to make sure is ready to go against Auburn?
That's going to be LJ McCray. And I know those are 2 opponents that Florida should just really run roughshod over, but it's time for LJ McCray to break out. We heard about a good spring. We heard about a good offseason. We're hearing about a good fall camp, but the former 5-star, it seems to be clicking. But we got to go see it on the field. Yes, it's only ultimately going to count when you get into the SEC part of the schedule. But given you're going to be playing some overpowered offensive lines, you've got to be able to show up. LJ McCray's that guy that's just kind of been circled. Hey, it's time. It's time for a light to come on. You were injured last year. You get the excuses for that. But now it's time, year 3, turn the light on, be the 5-star that you were coming in.
Give me a ceiling and a floor for this team because I see 9-3 as a ceiling. Do you see a way it can even be better than that if everything works the right way?
I still got too many questions at quarterback and O-line to go 10-2. And to me, it is a tough schedule. So 9-3 is a ceiling for me. Floor, I guess it could be 5-7, 6-6. It'd be a disaster if it was below that. Just given, I think, the skill player talent that you have on this team and what should be an improved defense. I think you have to improve what you saw last year record wise from this team, even with a 9-game conference schedule. I think that kind of has to be. So I'd go floor 5-7, ceiling 9-3.
Defensively, and I guess it applies to the line, but Summerall basically said our weight room sucks. We're not doing this right, and I know. Really, one off season's not time to fix that.
Yeah.
But attitude, weight room, coaches, the combination of that can help fix it. Are you already seeing indications that this team is going to be just more physical? And you know what I mean by that. I don't mean they have to blow everybody off the ball, but just every play, guys to the ball. Every block, a little more effort. Is he getting enough out of guys early? And winning early helps carry that through a season.
Yeah, I think so. There is, if there's, going back to the first question you asked and a big difference, sense of urgency. That is probably the biggest difference that I left out. When you just want to compare John Summerall to Billy Napier. There seems to be a sense of urgency, and I think it's carried over into the weight room. There's been a lot of weight gains along the offensive line to get those body shapes in the right way, to be able to move around, be able to get to the second level, and then on defense to play faster, play more violent, be strikers up front instead of just let the play come to you. You go to the play. So I think it is a different mindset that will just kind of shed onto these players a bit. But I think the physicality will be there. I think that's probably going to be the one thing you will notice right away. It will be a team that plays with its hair on fire instead of trying to take over the malaise that was Billy Napier.
Boy, if that's the case, Gator fans going to be happy early. And like he said, the offense, they know what they need, and they have the skill players to do it. He's David Waters. Gators Breakdown is the website. Gators Breakdown is the podcast. GatorsBreakdown.com is where you find everything. Dave, I hope we can do a lot more of this. Really enjoyed it. I know you know the Gators ball as well as anybody out there. And I like when we can just get past, are they going to win this week, and get into some X's and O's. And obviously you bring that to the table. So thanks for doing this morning.
Thanks for having me, guys.
David Waters does Gators Breakdown. And that was a Gators Breakdown right there. That is neat, nitty gritty for all you Gator fans getting ready for the season. And 2 cupcakes to start. But that Auburn game, week 3, you kind of heard it there. Both quarterbacks are going to play. Don't see a lot of the starting running back. Get some of those skilled guys out there. But what I found fascinating, when you asked about a defensive guy, LJ McCray right now, I have listed as 3rd on the depth chart. So that's actually, to me, a good sign. And I know he was a high-end recruit. So if you're getting the high-end recruits to do what they're supposed to do, because what Georgia's done, and, Texas has bought a lot of players, but they've recruited. But, right now you're chasing the dogs, and that pisses you off, and I understand it. But they've not only got in really good transfers, they still recruit good players. Florida should be able to do that too. And you kind of heard David allude to that, and that look at what the skill set is around you. You want an explosive offense, and hopefully the Gators do that. So, David Waters, talking Gators. Hopefully we're going to do a lot of that, trying to work him into being somewhat regular on the show, because I think he knows ball as well as anybody that covers the Gators. It doesn't take away from the other guys we have on. I just like the way he attacks football. We're going to attack the golf course. We're going to find some birdies out there. We're going to talk a little LIV. We're going to talk a little PGA Tour, and we're going to do it with Bob Harig next. Miller and Moulton.
If you're a business who targets men, please know there is no better and more economical way to reach your target audience than us at Miller and Moulton. So let us help you make money. You can reach out to Mark at that Mark Miller, or me at the David Moulton on X, or text us at 21,000. We have a proven product, a good reputation, and lots of quality segments that we can attach your company's name to. Miller and Moulton, we're like that old pizza box. You've had the rest. Now try the best. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie, John, and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Floor Meisters just doesn't sell Core-Tech and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floor Meisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in. 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. floormeisters.com. Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com. capecops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape.
Buying or selling a home? Put a local expert to work for you. I'm Mark Miller with McWilliams Buckley, and I believe real estate is about more than transactions. It's about helping people make the right move, from pricing your home to negotiating the best deal. I'll be with you every step of the way. Call or text me today, 239-425-5582. That's 239-425-5582. Experience, local knowledge, and a personal difference. That's what I'll bring to the table.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Yeah, I hope he liked it as much as I did, because I'll have him on every week. And the fact that he's available at 7:30 makes life even better. No offense. That's a tough slot to get a guest. And we have 3 other Gator guys. I'm not have a problem with any of them. I just think he's better than them. I can't think there's a Georgia guy that he reminds me of that my kid got me into that I also like because it's just a little more nuts and bolts. And like I've told you guys, I think the fans smarter than they've ever been before. You don't want cliche. You want substance, and he gave that. So I'm at over 2 solid minutes of cat time here. This is he has a bit more than my kid. It's unbelievable. Kid was raised down here for the first 10 years of his life, moves to North Carolina. Sounds like a damn redneck. You gonna stay up here for a while? I'm down. Get some tail shots in.
Marlon Brando.
Exactly. She's purring too. She's pretty happy about it. Let's see here.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller.
Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Trent Valley, sitting in the co-pilot seat this morning. Just got done talking some Gators. Going to talk some Cowboys bottom of the hour. But right now, we're going to talk some golf. The one and only Bob Harig joins us on the show. You can follow Bob very easily on X. It's Bob Harig. No one is simpler, and that makes life easy for people like me who've got to get a name out. Follow Bob. Bob Harig, Golf Writer, Daily Drive on Substack. Follow him on X at Bob Harig. You can sign up for the Daily Drive via his X page. Bob, Mark, and Trent, good morning. How are you?
I'm doing good. Thanks for having me.
Our pleasure, as always, to have you on the show and talk a little golf, because there is a lot going on in the golf world right now between what's going on in the PGA Tour and obviously Scotty Scheffler tearing it up last week. But the Live Golf situation has, been ever present at the top of this week, with Scott O'Neill making his comments. It looks like John Rahm's coming back to the PGA Tour. Bob, I'm just going to start with a very broad question. Is there a reason, and I was supportive of Live. I'm an independent contractor. I've worked for radio stations. When you get let go, you can't go across the street. So I get everything about Live. I didn't have a problem really with where the money came from. I think a lot of people get money from places that they don't really want to admit to in a lot of different forms other than pro athletes. But now that they've lost, a couple of players, now that they're doing one, the name doesn't make any sense, but does this tour have a reason to even go on anymore?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I mean, I guess the reason would be playing opportunities. If you go back to the beginning, and I'm the same as you. Like I'm like, look, because of my job, I was not going to sit here and be critical of where the money came from. That's another issue, frankly. The fact of the matter is it exists. It existed. They started. It was disruptive. A lot of players went there, including big name players. And so now you have to look at it for what it is, whether you like it or not. And one of the great truths in all of this that is often missed is that they created more than 50 golf playing jobs. And 20 to 30 players who were on the PGA Tour went over there, which meant that there was 20 to 30 openings on the PGA Tour. And so if they go away, now what about these players? Now, look, some of them are not PGA Tour caliber. Some of them might not even be DP World Tour caliber, but it creates more competition. And you can make the argument that there's opportunities lost. So from that perspective, I think there's a lot of people that would like to see them exist. Certainly the people who work for Live, who have normal jobs and don't make the millions upon millions of dollars, don't want to see their jobs go away. And as it is, there's probably going to be some anyway that get cut as they try to streamline their business and make it way more efficient in order to exist without the Saudi funding that they got.
Yeah, I don't know, digging deep, if the ABA at the end of the day ever made a lot of money, the WHA or the USFL. We all know that they end up getting their $3 suit. Without the PIF fund, can Live Golf financially survive? Because the TV dollars seem to be what tie any league now into being profitable, and no one's watching Live in the United States. So can this league, with new funding, and they've got, they apparently have their new source of money, but as an investment, can you actually make money with Live Golf?
From where I sit, it's a huge challenge for the reason that you just said. I mean, there's no sports league in the world that operates at a high level without a robust media rights deal. It's just the reality. Every NFL 53-man roster salary is covered based on the salary cap by what the teams get from the media rights deal. In other words, and I don't have the numbers off the top of my head, but if the salary cap is $200 million per team, well, each team in the NFL is getting more than that from TV. So their highest cost is already covered before they put on the uniform. That's amazing. I mean, and even a sport like the NHL, which doesn't have quite the following as obviously the other, team sports in the U.S. They have a pretty darn lucrative TV rights deal, and it allows them. In other words, none of them can make it alone just on selling tickets,
right?
And so that's the sweetener. The teams that sell out their stadiums, that's kind of where they make their profit. And they obviously they sell local sponsorships and things like that and suites. Live, like you said, they themselves have never disclosed what they're getting from Fox or from any of their rights deals around the world. But there's never been a single report that says it's lucrative. Every time I've asked the question, I've been told it's modest. So in my mind, they don't even cover their production costs every week. I've tried to point this out as a difference with the PGA Tour. This week's BMW Championship, BMW is paying a sponsorship fee. It's more complicated than this, but there's a formula that the Tour has that they pay out the $20 million purse based on a combination of the sponsor fee from BMW and the media rights deal that they have with CBS, Golf Channel, ESPN, Sky Sports in Europe, all their deals around the world. They have a formula that purse money goes out. They obviously collect a lot more than $20 million. That's how the PGA Tour operates. And within that, there's a media ad buy by BMW that's required,
Right.
that covers the production costs. So Golf Channel, to some degree, CBS, know before they step on the grounds that they've pretty much at least broke even. That's why else would you be covering golf every week of the year if you're a network or TV? It's an expensive sport to cover. It's a lot of ground. It's not like putting 8 or 10 cameras in a football stadium. It's a big expense. So they know they're pretty much going to be okay. I mean, they're not, they might not make a lot of money. They might make a lot of money. Sometimes they might lose a little, but they get a sense of how they're going to be. Well, with Live takes on all those costs. They pay for TV production. They pay the talent. The PGA Tour doesn't pay Jim Nantz. He's paid by CBS. Live's lead broadcasters are paid for by Live. So like you take that all the way down the line, and the league itself is not coming anywhere close to just breaking even. So now we're going to see, they're talking about shrinking the 10 events from 14. Their purse is going down to 10 million, which is still a lot of money.
Right.
In the model I just presented, the PGA Tour, other than the signature events, its purses are not $10 million. They're like 9 million. The Valspars, the Cognizant Classic, Greensboro, those were like $9 million purses. The big jump is the signature events that are 20. So a sponsor, just to pick one out, like I'll say American Express, which was the first event of the year. That was a 9 million something purse. American Express is probably on the hook for $15 million that week. But all the bills get paid, and the tour doesn't lose money on that. Live, even with a $10 million purse, Live is facing a huge financial hurdle. Now, if they get an investor that's willing to give them $350 million, which is kind of the number that's been thrown around, that's in theory $35 million a week. They're paying out 10. Is there enough buffer there for the build out to pay their staff, to do all the things that you need to do to run a league? I'm not sure.
Right.
But,
and the things they were doing before, paying for the caddy. I mean, there was a lot more than just the purses. They were paying everybody. The caddies were getting paid. It was a very different system that made more money for the golfer that I just don't know if it's viable. And if the purses go down, will all the players stay? The one big player, what are you hearing about Jon Rahm? A lot of rumors out there that he's coming back to the PGA Tour. Do you think that's going to happen? Do you have any sources that are telling you that he is?
My sources will not go there on that. Where there's smoke, there's fire. Have his representatives reached out to the PGA Tour to find what the path is back? I would absolutely believe that to be true. But the idea that there's any kind of a deal done, I highly doubt that. Everybody I talk to tempers that because he's under contract. And you would be interfering with that. I mean, it's the thing that the tour accused Liv of back when they started signing all their players. The PGA Tour players had signed membership agreements agreeing to their terms. And their terms included you cannot play a conflicting event in North America. Well, so obviously the first time that Liv played in the U.S., they were out of agreement there. They were breaking the rules. It's why I always tell people, well, why can't they just play wherever they want? Well, I mean, you'd have to change the rules. Maybe the rules are terrible. Maybe they're not even legal. But the fact of the matter is, those are the rules. You need a release to play a conflicting event or to get out of your media deal. I mean, the tour. That's the other thing is when you sign, and basically any sports star has this. Patrick Mahomes can't just go play flag football on TV,
right?
Just because he's the NFL, the Chiefs basically have his media rights. Otherwise, why would all these people pay the league so much money? They want that exclusivity. So the tour has that too, in a way. And whenever you play outside of that, you need permission. Well, you were never going to get permission to play Live when they were playing events in North America. So, conversely, Live would have, possibly legal, cause if the tour were negotiating with Rahm. So I don't think we're there yet. He might ultimately, but if you saw Rory McIlroy's comments yesterday, I don't know that Rahm will have a smooth path back anyway. I mean, there's a lot of negativity towards him. Look, he took the money. What, you should just be able to come right back? I think that's the attitude of some PGA Tour players.
He's Bob Harig. You can follow him on X at Bob Harig. His last book, Tiger versus Jack, Golf's Great Debate. You can find that at Amazon, and you can check out all his work on Substack. To subscribe to The Daily Drive, go to Bob Harig on X. Bob, thanks so much for your time and your insight. We always appreciate it.
Thanks for having me. Have a good day.
Bob Harig at the BMW, kind of breaking down the money in golf on Miller and Moulton.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Floor Meisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floor Meisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in, 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
What's up, chat room? Boy, you don't have to worry about Bob talking. That was great.
Wow.
He asked him
Wow.
like 2 questions.
Three.
Until the very end.
Three total.
Yeah. That
But-
second question, he went for like 8 minutes. It's really good content, but
But he did. I mean, I think he did give a very solid understanding of how a golf tournament's paid for. So if you
I
didn't
thought
know,
it
you know
was
now.
perfect. I thought it was excellent. I just thought it was funny because, yeah, that second question, he went on for a good at least 5 minutes. He's terrific. Going golfing today, Mark.
Good for you.
Dad and brother. Us three. So we're probably going to have a single out there with us. But
Damn cat bit me at the beginning of that interview. The damn cat bit. Drew blood.
where, your hand?
No, my arm. I must have rubbed something that she didn't want rubbed, and she bit me. Oh, shit. I cut Trent off. I wanted to get the question, and then when he went long, I had to get the Rom question in because that was the most relevant thing, and I knew we only had time for one more.
Yeah, which is fine. I was just going to ask him point blank, is it going to work or is Liv cooked? And he probably would have. Yeah, so
yeah,
I had nothing of substance really to ask. So
dog's coming, and the cats were not my choice. The cat was like literally. The cat never sits on my lap. The cat was on my lap for 3 minutes. No, I know, Clark. I know. And I'm just, the cat's purring, and I felt it. I knew it was coming. I felt the head pull back, and I'm like, that little crap is going to bite me. Started moving the arm away, and it wasn't really hard, but yeah, she set me up. She set me up. And that's what they do.
Especially
if you're not watching a cat when you pet it, you know there's a chance that cat will light you up. Probably, I look about once a week at dogs. I'll start getting serious here in about a month, I think, maybe 2, because I want the dog for Christmas. That's the plan. Getting a Springer. It's already got a name. Bogey. Wife wants 2 dogs.
Ooh.
I don't know how we went from 1 to 2. I'm
Bogey
fighting.
and Birdie.
That's exactly it. Already has a name.
Really? Bogey and Birdie.
Bogey and Birdie. That's what she calls him. I'm like, why? So he has someone to play with. No. Play with the cats. Don't need 4 animals in this house.
My dad's buddy, they have 2 English bulldogs, and they're Duke and Dutchie, like Duke and Duchess. That's kind of fun.
Those things, those dogs, they're great for veterinarians.
They only live like 8 years, right?
And they get sick all the time.
Yeah.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000.
Well, one of the constant debates in the world of sports is we've got the best fans. No, we've got the best fans. Your fans suck. Well, there's a poll for that now. Nielsen did an NFL fandom index that they rank across different criteria. And by the way, welcome back, Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Trent Bally helping out today. And he's here 4 days a week. So kind of becoming a regular part of the show. But basically, there were 8 categories: game attendance, merchandise purchases, TV viewership, streaming habits, radio listening, and social media activity. Trent, based on those statistics, who do you think has the best fans in the National Football League?
My guess is the Buffalo Bills.
The Buffalo Bills is correct.
Yes!
They base it on 100 as like the baseline, and you go from there. Now, everybody's above 100 with the exception of 4 cities. So, like 100 is, I guess, the bare minimum, and then everybody else is above 100. Buffalo, by the way, is at 208 based on this Nielsen fan index. Kansas City is next. And, it's because Buffalo fans are everywhere. Philly fans, Green Bay fans, they're everywhere. But Kansas City fans, and I have one friend who's a Chiefs fan. He actually left the Midwest and smartly moved out of Tornado Alley and lives now in Florida. And he even texted me yesterday, the Chiefs are winning the Super Bowl, and I just sent back an LOL, and we went from there. But the Chiefs fans are next on the list. Green Bay is third.
That, by the way, was going to be my second guess, was the Packers.
That would have been mine. That would have been mine. Cincinnati is fourth. That one shocked me a bit. Of all the teams that surprised me, and I do think the Bengals have really good fans. It's obviously there are more Browns fans in the state of Ohio, but Cincinnati fans are very loyal. I have friends in Cincinnati that they are all in, and they go nuts about the Bengals. And what is it? There's who dat and who day, and I just get them confused. They're who somebody. All right, Philadelphia 5. Pittsburgh 6. Cincinnati basically having better fans than Pittsburgh's a little shocking to me, but all right, Pittsburgh 6, Baltimore 7. New Orleans and Detroit are tied for 8, and Cleveland takes up the 10 spot.
So all 4 AFC North teams crack the top 10.
And that, to me, makes sense.
It does to me, too. I'm just saying it out loud. That's impressive. Well done, fans.
By the way, who day is the Bengals, who dad is the Saints. I knew one was one was the other. And since to me they're basically irrelevant franchises, I've never paid enough attention. So that's on me. Let's see here. Some other ones. Dallas 19th. I think that would be a surprise to some people. Chicago 20th. The fact that they say Charlotte's fans are better than Bears fans. Now, I do think the big city part of that with the TV numbers factors in, because you're not typically going to get the huge number in a very diverse city. And by saying that, it will tell you where the bottom of the pile is. San Francisco's 27. Okay, that
seems low.
Right. Miami's 28. That doesn't surprise me. One, they've been bad for next to ever. And they're picked, by the way, they are picked to be the worst team in the league this year. The ESPN, one of their prognostications picks them to be the worst team in the league.
This is maybe a different discussion for another day, but I think Miami might be the only NFL city where there's another team in that city that is more popular, because the Heat are more popular in Miami than the Dolphins are.
It's because the Dolphins suck.
Maybe that's true, but
if the Dolphins were any good, that would change. They're the OG in that city. Don't ever forget that. LA 29, New York 30. So it's just the city. And again, because New York's huge and there are so many people that don't care about football in New York City, it doesn't mean the Giants aren't popular. But in this fan base, Tampa, by the way, 26. Tampa is just barely below Phoenix. Boston, 21. That surprised me a bit.
Me too.
But the top 3, Buffalo, Kansas City, Green Bay. That is Nielsen's fandom index ratings. Take it for what it's worth. Of your large cities, if you will, Philadelphia ranks the highest.
They're the first ones on the list that aren't that have the 4 major teams, I think, right? Because the first 4 are all okay. So hats off to Philly, I guess.
And then Pittsburgh doesn't, Baltimore doesn't, Detroit would be next in that category. Minneapolis would be after that. Denver 12th, Jacksonville 13. I'm surprised that Jacksonville, and I guess I shouldn't be, because if you've been I've not spent a ton of time in Jacksonville. When I went to the cocktail party this year, and it's the first one I'd been to in years, and I've never been to a Jags game. I will admit that, even though I've started my own Jags cheer, which is not the Duval cheer. It was stealing the Jets. It was the JAGS, Jags. That's the one that I had my daughter say to my wife after Jacksonville knocked the Steelers out of the playoffs. Suffice to say, she didn't talk to me for the rest of the day. She was so angry with me.
What was that, 2017? Your daughter must have been little.
She was like 3. It was wonderful. And I mean, the wife was so mad. We were in the hot tub watching the game, and Maddie just threw out a JAGS, Jags, right after they beat the Steelers. And she just looked at me. She didn't look at her daughter. Her daughter did nothing wrong. Daughter was just talked into something by me, which, by the way, there is a good solid chance that it will be an internet-only experience, and we're working on the day and time. But the 3 Millers, myself, my son Jacob, who helps out on Tuesday, and my young daughter are going to pick games. Probably pick the same games to see which Miller can reign supreme. And I'll probably put it on TikTok and a few other places. The daughter has already told me, because my son is a Georgia Bulldog, she goes, "Oh, I can't wait to pick Florida against Georgia," and say, just because it'll make you mad. I said, "Honey, we'll write you a script for that one. We've got trigger words we can put in there that'll get your brother very angry." So that's in the works for the season. But those are your fandom. Yeah, I mean, where Boston was surprised me, because the Patriots have been so good for so long now that they've built up a fan base. But Jacksonville, back to them. Jacksonville, when you're inside the city, it's all Jags, man. You know, it is interesting that the hotels and all that thought they were kind of sold this bill of goods in a way that the Jags were going to be 8 Florida-Georgia games. Well, they're not. But that's their only team. When you're in Duval County, and the day after the Jags game, the Jags, I think, had a bye that Sunday. If not, they were on the road at a 4:00 game. And my son and I grabbed a bite to eat before I drove home and took him to the airport, because he flew back to North Carolina. And here come 4, 30-something, maybe young 40-something women, all in Jags gear at like 10 in the morning. And I'm like, that's an NFL town. That's the difference. And in Jacksonville, it's all, I know they're huge Gator population there. I get it, but it's all Jags. That's your team.
Mark, I've got 3 great friends from high school. They're all beautiful young ladies. They live in inner city Jacksonville. They love the Jacksonville Jaguars. I've never seen them care about football a day in their life. We'd have these Lions watch parties in high school, and they would come over and they'd be there for fun. They love their Jacksonville Jaguars. It's a thing down there.
They picked Jacksonville to live from Michigan?
Yes.
Of all the cities in Florida, that's unusual. Jacksonville's not, I mean,
well, they're nurses, so I think that was part of it. You know, they
you mean there's
there and
there's other jobs in that field across the country. I mean, they picked Jacksonville. There's great hospitals there. I mean, the Andersons there, they got a lot. I mean, there are great. I'm not knocking Jacksonville. I'm just saying, when people from the north pick Florida and places to live, they end up here. They end up in Tampa. They end up in Orlando. They may go to Miami, Fort Lauderdale. Jacksonville usually doesn't make the cut. So good for Jacksonville and those young ladies. Maybe got to get them to a cocktail party at some point and do that. But there's a little fan index rating. Dallas, a lot further down on that list than I thought, but they're still big. Donovan Lewis does middays on 96.7 The Ticket in Dallas. He is scheduled to join us next as we finish our NFC East breakdown on Miller and Moulton.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512. Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and
The
sound.
Floormeisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floormeisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in, 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floormeisters, just keeping it real. The Cape Coral Police Department is growing and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000 depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com. capecops.com. Be brave, be best. Be Cape.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Absolutely. You've got a lot of that. I mean, 100%, Brian. That's. I grew up. Where I was from. You were a Cowboys fan or a Steelers fan growing up. You weren't really a Lion. I mean, there were some Lions fans, but there were more. There were just as many as the others. That was just more of a shot at him, Brian. I really was. I don't know if he's actually from Tornado Alley. He's just from that part of the world. And I'm guessing he wasn't listening because I didn't get an FU text, which normally if he is and I make fun of him, he knows who I'm talking about. It is funny. It is ironic. Like, I don't know if it's ha-ha funny. It's ironic funny. I did have, when Charlie hit, I'm pretty certain that like a little small tornado ripped a tree out in my backyard. Because all of a sudden you just heard this, like this sound that sounded not like a normal gust of wind. And all of a sudden I looked and there was a hole in my fence and a tree gone. I'm like, damn. That's the whole thing, Javier. 100%. My mom tried to kill me during a tornado warning. She wanted me to die. We went to the basement. We had ice. We had gin. We had tonic, but we didn't have a lime. And she made me go upstairs and get lime so we had a proper drink during the tornado. I would have died. It would have been her fault.
That sounds like Saginaw. My dad's mom would have done the same thing. She doesn't drink, though, but same principle.
Come on. What the heck?
Oh, of course, it rings right as I hang up and try it again.
Thanks.
Donovan. Hey, Mark Miller.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000.
Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Cranking through the great 8 hour. Talked a little golf with Bob Harig earlier, talked some Gators earlier in the show, but it's time to finish up our chat on the NFC East. And Donovan Lewis joins us from the Ticket 96.7 in Dallas. You can follow him on X at Great Donovan. Love the X handle. Donovan Lewis joining us for the first time on Miller and Moulton. Donovan, good morning. It's Mark and Trent. How are you?
I'm, fellas. How you guys doing?
We are doing very well. Look, obviously, you know it. The Cowboys are a national story. ESPN won't let us not talk about the Cowboys 24/7.
Right.
But a lot of new pieces, new coaches, new defense. When you look at this team this year, I don't know if expectations can ever be met in Dallas, but can they get back to where they're not interesting because of the owner? They're interesting because of the guys on the field.
Boy, good one. It's I'm going to say trend that way because you really hear too much from Jerry Jones. He's going to do as usual. He loves that state of the team before training camp, man. That's his. I don't know what you call it. That's his state. And he has to go up there and he has to do his thing. They're trying to get the focus on the, and if they're really good and their defense is bad, I just don't know if you have enough people like this historically bad defense from last, a good defense in 1 year, but they have more talent and they'll be better. Is that the reason that this Cowboys team gets up in football here and trying to win an NFC East potential to make the playoffs and break this drought? They are trying their best to make sure that the focus is going to be on, but sometimes Jared just can't get out of his own way. And even a signing, which is a good signing to help because they do need help on the edge. Another finger pointing Jerry Jones to say, I'm still running this and I still want to talk about this team. So, man, that dude is way here for the last 30 years, but anywhere. And sometimes you have to kind of to see how you can just avoid it and just comment what you're doing. And they're trying, but it's difficult here in Dallas.
He's Donovan joining us here on Miller and Moulton. As you know the deal. Technology does not like me these days, but as we get Donovan back on here, I had a little clicking over on our end. Hopefully this will work better. All right. But you mentioned, they signed some players. Look, they kind of treat George Pickens the way I want to see it. Hey, we're going to pay you, but go out and prove it. CeeDee Lamb's saying the right things. I mean, offensively, I don't know where the defense at, but this offense looks like it can outscore damn near anybody, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, they had to try their best to do that last year because the defense just didn't turn the ball over. The Cowboys had the worst average starting field position in the NFL. They had to go the longest way. And even how good your offense is, having to travel 78, 80, 75 yards every single time and having to score every single time because your defense can't stop anyone. I think that puts a strain on your offense to realize that you have to go out there and play perfectly. If you have a better defense, then you can you have a little wiggle room as far as your offense goes. So being able to outscore everyone, man, I think that's a tall task. because you're going to have to make some adjustments because you have a year's worth of tape on Brian Schottenheimer and how he wants to run his offense. Can they adjust to the fact that people kind of know what the heck they want to do now? They have all the talent, man. That talent is great, but their tackles on their offensive line aren't very good. So if that's going to be the case, you have to drop back and pass all the time, and you're worried about Dak taking a hit in his older age now, and worried about maybe him getting hurt because he's the key to this. They've got to make sure that their tackles are on point. And I just don't know if those tackles are good enough to claim that this offense can be the greatest of all time. I still think they have a lot of work to do on offense, which is a good thing because it's still really good, and I still think they can improve.
All right, Donovan, talk to me about Javonte Williams then, because if the tackles are a concern, then the run game is probably going to be a concern, and the run game is going to look a lot different this year for Dallas. Javonte Williams, how's he fitting in?
I think he's fitting in great, and they're paying him to fit in just great. The Cowboys do not want to pay running backs, but Javonte Williams had such a surprise year last year that they gave him 3 years for $8 million per, and I just did not expect that at all. From the Cowboys. And I don't think we expected that from Javonte Williams. Heck, last year at training camp, we were wondering if Miles Sanders was going to start over Javonte Williams. And he takes the ball and he just runs with it. The interior of that offensive line is really good. It really, truly is. But they just need some help with the tackles. Javonte Williams, I think, is going to have to take some of the pressure off of Dak because that got through over 600 times last year because the defense was nothing, and they just had to throw the ball around and try and outscore everyone. If they're going to have a successful offensive year this year, you're going to need more from Javonte Williams. And I don't know how much more you can expect out of a guy who ran for 1,200 yards last year. It's one of those give and takes because you got to make sure that you can't put Dak in some of those situations as you were last year because that dude was taking a lot of hits because they had to throw the ball around. They need that dude to perform better than he did last year in order for this defense to be called the greatest offense there is. So if I feel like he can do it, but I think the offensive line definitely needs to help him out, especially those tackles.
He's Donovan Lewis, middays on 96.7 The Ticket in Dallas, part of the world's most dangerous midday show with Matt McLaren. Love the name, and you can follow him on X at Great Donovan. All right. One of the things we've been going through the divisions almost, or by the teams almost day by day, getting ready for the season. And I've got an NFL guy I've had on for years who does training camps and used to work in the league. He's been talking to all these teams. I've been talking to all these teams. You're hearing about a lot of tight ends in camp, a lot of 12 and 13 personnel. Cowboys don't look to be any different. I'm seeing 6 tight ends on the depth chart. As you worry about the tackles, how many 2 tight end sets are we going to see? That doesn't really seem to be what Dak does. It's, a lot of wideouts and throw it around. Are they going to be a little tighter, a little stronger at the tight end position this year?
Man, they love Brevin Spann-Ford. Luke Schoonmaker was the 2nd round draft pick a few years ago, and everyone thought that he could be one of the guys where you can play more 12 personnel, and it just hasn't worked out that way. As a matter of fact, he's fighting for a roster spot right now with Michael Trigg, one of the young tight ends that's come in, and he's impressed here in training camp. So I think with Brevin Spann-Ford and Jake Ferguson, they feel really comfortable about playing 2 tight ends a lot. But the development of Ryan Flanoy, the 3rd wide receiver here in Dallas, I think will have them playing way more 3 wides than maybe 2 tight ends because they love what Flanoy has done. And that dude has come from a 5th round draft pick to being cut by the team, brought back on the practice squad, to not even playing in the preseason. They love Ryan Flanoy. So I think that will probably cause them to play way more 3 wides than they probably would want to. Because I think coming in, Brian Schottenheimer would love to play that 12 personnel. 2 tight ends, let's go, let's run the football. But, man, they love what Flanoy brings, and they think that they can have not only 2,000-yard wide receivers in Pickens and Lamb, but Ryan Flanoy to I'm not saying you can have 3,000-yard receivers, but, man, they love what he can bring, and they're going to use him a ton. So it may sacrifice a bit from the 12 personnel. Of course, they're going to throw it out, but not as much as they want to because they love that 3-wide formation out there with the 3 wide receivers that they have.
Donovan, this defense gave up the most points per game in 2025. You mentioned that. So a big part of fixing that's going to be the passing game, or the pass rush, excuse me.
Yeah.
They're still kind of picking up the pieces from Micah Parsons leaving. Malachi Lawrence, our audience is very familiar with from UCF. What have you seen from him? What have you seen from the rookie? And how is this pass rush as a whole going to look like after adding Von Miller even?
Man, we actually had a chance to speak with him, to interview him when we were out at training camp. And he's a well put together kid, saying all the right things. But you can see in the first preseason game that he has a lot of things to work on because he's letting his eyes kind of fool him a bit. The one particular play where he thought he had a nice sack on the quarterback, and then he lost his edge, and then Jalen Milroe went around the side and got a first down. They immediately pulled him off the field, and they gave him some coaching. But that's what it's all about. It's a learning process, and they're expecting a lot of him now. We all know rookie edges aren't the ones that's going to come in and just all of a sudden get those numbers. It just doesn't work like that. But they do feel that he can be an important part of this rotation even this year. Kind of in the same what Donovan Ezeraku was last year. He got 16 and a half sacks at Boston College and came in and struggled a bit. So I think they're going to expect the struggles from Malachi Lawrence, but I think that dude is going to put that helmet on and be a part of this rotation, which is a really good thing. And now you bring in Von Miller, who has that teaching aspect and can say, hey, man, this is how we do things. This is how it goes. And I think that's only going to help them. A lot of people around here are a little worried because it may take important snaps away from Malachi Lawrence because Von Miller is here. And I think those are valuable snaps, because I think that dude can sit on the side and learn and then go in and use some of the things that Von Miller is teaching them and they're talking about to improve a little quicker than a usual rookie would. So that dude is going to be an important part of this thing, not only in the future, but I think you'll see him a lot on the field this year.
I think that's such a great point, Donovan, because Von Miller's not worried about taking someone's job. He's not worried. I mean, this is kind of a last hurrah, and that's when those great players like to teach, and I think he will learn a ton. One guy that they didn't think had to learn is Caleb Downs, though. That's a guy that, it was Downs and Styles, the two Ohio State guys, and we knew Reese was going early, but, both of them, whichever one you got, people felt like you got a guy that is a plug and play guy from college on the defensive side of the ball. Is Downs so far been that? Is he meeting the expectations of not only the football talent, but the smarts and the whole package that when they talk about him, they've always said heading into the draft? Has he done that so far in camp?
So the question is meeting, and I'm going to say no because he's exceeding all those expectations. Man, they love Caleb Downs here in Dallas, and you see kind of the behind the scenes of what they tried to do to move up one spot to go get him, trying to trade from Miami on draft night because they know exactly what that guy can do. And the Cowboys usually haven't paid a lot of attention to two positions on the defensive side, and that's defensive tackle and safety. They've just kind of gotten by on those positions. And now with the addition of Quinnen Williams and Kenny Clark, defensive tackle, they're spending a lot of money there. And now they're using those resources at safety position also with Caleb Downs. And I know he'll probably play more slot corner than safety, but he's so versatile and they love what he's bringing. So much so that I think they were kind of teetering on the fact that dude doesn't even need to play in the preseason. He played about 9 in Seattle, and I think that's it. I think his helmet is done. They've seen all that they need to see from Caleb Downs as far as his getting prepared to play at the next level because they trust him so much. He is going to be a very, very important part if this defense is going to be a better defense than it was last year. We all anticipated, and man, Caleb Downs is going to be right there. They love that kid, and they expect nothing but big things from him.
So what does Christian Parker bring to the table as the new DC? How does he kind of mold those guys into or put them in the best position to succeed, if you know what I mean?
Well, he's the star, and I've been saying that ever since they hired him. You can bring all the talent in that you want, but they expect Christian Parker to be the star. It's his first time being a defensive coordinator, and, man, they are expecting huge things. It's one of those things to where that dude is bringing the fire, and no disrespect to Matt Eberflus, but you have a lot of coaches that will come in and they've been coaching in the league for a while and they have a been there, done that attitude. Hey, I've done this. This is how I do it. You guys need to adjust. But Christian Parker being a first-time defensive coordinator and being a young cat also, I do think they feel that they can all kind of adjust and learn from each other and say, hey, you know what? I anticipate this going one way, but if you talk to me and we can work this out, then maybe we can find a compromise and things can go the way they need to go. And I think with the issues they had last year with Matt Eberflus, as you know, they wanted to play more man, but he wanted to play more zone because that's how he did things. And all the confusion that they had last year on the field in like week 12 or 13. How do you still have confusion in week 12 or week 13? But that was the Cowboys last year. This one is all about communication, man. That dude, that's all they've been harping on this entire offseason. this entire training camp has been communications. And you can actually see that when you go and watch some of the practices out there at training camp. We were out there for a week, and man, there's way more talking. There's way more teaching. There's way more players coming over talking to Christian Parker. He has himself in the action all the time. It's just feels like a total vibe. And it starts with knowing that this defense has to be better in order for you to give yourself any chance to make the playoffs or win the division. And it looks like they're off to a really good start so far.
2 winnable games to start the season. That keeps the communication positive if you can take care of business. He is Donovan Lewis. He does middays in Dallas, part of the world's most dangerous midday show on 96.7 The Ticket, joining us here on Miller and Moulton. Donovan, I really appreciate you doing this. Thanks for the insight. Thanks for the knowledge. And hopefully we can check in again later in the season.
It's a pleasure speaking with you fellas, man. Anytime. Just let me know.
All right. Have a great day. Donovan Lewis here on Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. There we go. We've wrapped up the NFC East. I think that's the second best team in the division. There are others that might think the Commanders are the second best team in the division. There might be others that think the Giants are the second best team in the division. There's no doubt who we all think the best team in the division is, and that's the Philadelphia Eagles. Also with a lot to prove, though, because the new offensive coordinator, the last guy, got all the blame. Now Jalen Hurts is going to be under center. I mean, they're going to do things differently. Saquon's there, but the receivers aren't. So what happens in the NFC East? I'll still go with the Eagles. I think the Cowboys are going to be better and challenge for a playoff spot, but we shall see. I don't think the Giants and Commanders have that same luxury. And for the record, Dallas starts with at the Giants, home for Washington, before going to Rio to take on the Ravens. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
Buying or selling a home? Put a local expert to work for you. I'm Mark Miller with Buckley, and I believe real estate is about more than transactions. It's about helping people make the right move, from pricing your home to negotiating the best deal. I'll be with you every step of the way. Call or text me today, 239-425-5582. That's 239-425-5582. Experience, local knowledge, and a personal difference. That's what I'll bring to the table.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and
The
sound.
Floor Meisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floor Meisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in, 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com. capecops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape. If you're a business who targets men, please know there is no better and more economical way to reach your target audience than us at Miller and Moulton. So let us help you make money. You can reach out to Mark at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton on X, or text us at 21,000. We have a proven product, a good reputation, and lots of quality segments that we can attach your company's name to. Miller and Moulton, we're like that old pizza box. You've had the rest. Now try the best. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
So David doesn't take away from some birdies out there.
If you're a
Yes, he did. Yes, he did, Paula. Two great first-time guests. I'm very, very pleased with his Cowboy stuff. He wasn't over the top. He was very good knowledge. The Gator guy's awesome. I went after, I think, 8 different Cowboy guests to get him. And he texted me back after I was asleep because it was 10:47 p.m. when he sent me a text. I was in bed. Because Bud texted me right before I fell asleep. 10:10. I was in bed, but I heard the buzz and looked up to see what it was because I was hoping it was a Cowboys guest because I had texted Bud about that 5th year thing because I wanted to make sure I understood it correctly. Wait a minute. They still have that? What the? Where are you, in Michigan, Javier? They don't have COVID in Florida. We never had it in the first place.
You're not wrong. Get well soon, Javier. Hope they give you something to make you feel better.
Oh, the daughter got in. They're going to the Keys to a marine lab for a field trip for like 3 days. Way cooler than anything I ever did.
They're going to the Keys?
Yeah.
They taking buses?
Well, yeah. Probably vans. I mean.
Yeah, that's why I was asking. Like, are they going to take a bus? Are they going to have chaperones drive? Or
well,
I'm just wondering because I know it's not the most convenient place to get to.
You never went when you were here, did you?
No.
It's really convenient. You get in the car and you drive. It's simple. You can take a boat. There's plenty of ways. You can fly. I mean, they're not that hard to get to. Right, Javier? They're going to the Marine Lab in Key Largo for 3 days.
That sounds awesome.
Where they will snorkel and do all that kind of stuff. Wife is PO'd. I don't think she got the chaperone job. I didn't apply because I've not filled out the paperwork, nor do I care. But apparently, if I would have tried, I would have got in because they didn't have any dads.
I was going to say they need the dads there
because they're spending the night, so they need guys to stay with the boys. Which none of them would have been mine, and I'd have been called Grandpa. It would have been a nightmare. I would end up I probably would have tied one of them up. I'd have gotten arrested. It would have been awful. The boat ride's horrible, Paula. I would never do the Keys boat ride. I hate it. Ride there's fine. Ride back, miserable.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller.
Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. Thanks so much for listening. Solid show today. A little Cowboy talk. A couple of first-time guests, which makes a certain host panic on 2 fronts. One, will they answer the call? And we did have a little screw-up with Donovan. He thought, he just assumed we're on Central Time. We're not. So when I talked to him, he goes, oh, man, I'm like, you know what? I thought I put that in the text. I may not have. But I thought I put Eastern, but I'm gonna have to check back. But he was terrific. And David Waters, who talked about the Gators, was excellent in the 7:00 hour. If you missed it, you know where to go, millerandmoulton.com or anywhere that you download your podcast to catch what you missed. Bob Harig talked some golf. Lots going on with Live. And they apparently have another investor. By all accounts, Bryson DeChambeau had a lot to do with helping bring that investor in or sitting with that investor. It's impossible. And I spent a decent amount of time yesterday trying to figure out when contracts were up on Live. They're not really out for view. There are people who have ideas, but no one knows for sure how long everybody's contract is other than the people that work for Live and the players themselves, and not everybody's talking. So not the easiest thing to get that information. But what Bob Harig did say is Brooks Koepka, figured out a way out. John Rahm, they are talking about it. Did he say that his people have inquired to the PGA Tour as to what it takes? And that's going to be obviously a monetary fine that he's going to have to pay and this whole apology tour crap. But will Live let him out? If his deal's not done, will they let him out of his deal? That's for another day. And we'll figure out what's going on there. But they're playing today in St. Louis, the BMW Championship. Scotty Scheffler, a winner last week. 2 events left in the tour season, FedEx Cup and all that stuff. To me, I'm not big into these seasons. I'm not a NASCAR guy, so the points thing never mattered to me. With the golf thing, it's about the majors, and winning tournaments is big. Never been a FedEx Cup guy. I watched more last week because I wanted to see if that Koivu, Jackson Koivu, the kid that played at Auburn, I wanted to see if he made it to the top 50. He didn't have a great tournament. But I was always more interested towards the end of the golf season, keeping your card. And now just getting to the top 30, it doesn't do it for me. But Scheffler was great. Shot 61 last week. So I turn it on. It's just not that I lock in. Preseason football tonight, for those of you that get your kicks with that, knock yourself out. There's a couple of preseason games the next 2 nights. I think a national game on Saturday. NFL Network tonight probably will have a couple of games. So you can get into your preseason football. Baseball, slow day today in baseball. Travel day for a lot of teams as we're getting towards the end of the season. Rays are at home this afternoon against the Blue Jays. And the Yanks continue their series with the Orioles as we kind of pay attention to those teams. But the wild card is just bizarro land. I mean, this week alone, I think we've had 3 different teams that were the last wild card in baseball this week. I know we've had a tie. We started with the Rangers, and then I thought we had an Orioles tie, but I could, or a Tigers tie there at some point, but I could be wrong. Now the Twins hold the final wild card spot. The Rangers are a half game back. The Jays a game back. Guardians, Orioles, Tigers, all 2 back. They're all 5 games below 500 and still very much in the playoff race. And the Mariners, who are 7 games below 500, are 2.5 back. The Twins are 2 games below 500. Just to put that in perspective, the Marlins are 4 back of the Padres. The Marlins would be the wild card in the American League. The Cardinals 3 back. The Diamondbacks a game back of the Padres. All of those teams are 500 or better. The Reds are 6.5 back at 61 and 66. In the American League, that would be a game and a half back.
Mark, I'm ready to confidently say there will be a team that makes the playoffs in the American League that's under 500. I'm ready to say it. After yesterday, I mean, no one wants to take this thing. So, yeah, it may only be 2 games under 500, but we are going to have a third wildcard team that is under 500.
We're up to 5 teams over 500 in the American League, with Houston winning yesterday. They're a game above 500. The Red Sox have a better record than the White Sox. Obviously, the Yankees do as well, too. So the wild card, I mean, it looks almost, to me, here we are in, I guess we'll call it the 20s, so the latter part of August. And I don't see much of a way for the Yankees and Red Sox not to be playing each other in the wild card round. Like, yeah. I don't. Who hosts that series? I think could be slightly up for debate. But I mean, the Red Sox are 3.5 behind the Yanks, but the Red Sox are 5.5 clear of the Twins. So I don't think either of those teams, and the Rays are 5.5 up on or 5 up on the Yankees. Could the Yankees come back from 5? Of course. So they play 3 more games. They sweep. That's 2. Anything could happen. I get it. But as banged up as the Yankees are, I don't see them going on a massive run. I don't.
No, I don't either, and I don't think they necessarily even care. And I've been on this for a couple weeks now. I think would they prefer to be, have home field advantage and win the division? Of course they would. But they also know that they're rehabbing Judge, and they're not at full strength, and they need to be at full strength if they want to do anything of substance. So they're not going to jeopardize team health over making this push. They know what they're capable of, or at least they'd like to think so.
Well, I mean, it's not just Judge that they're rehabbing. I mean, it's what they've got 2 pitchers right now. Fried just went on the IL. Rodon just came off of the IL. So you've got Bellinger who's rehabbing. You've got Stanton who's rehabbing. They had a player, third baseman, hurt yesterday in the game, came out because of soreness. So I don't know. I don't know how long that's going to be. So I think you're right to a point. I think they're fine with the 4. Okay, they'd host the games against the Red Sox. But the fact of the matter is, if you win the division, and with their pitching as good as it is, they can pitch against anybody. But to line it up and have a couple of days off, I mean, the difference between because you win the division, you're the best team in the American League. I mean, that's the other side of it. You're not just hosting the divisional series, you're hosting the championship series. So whoever wins that division, I do think they will have an edge in the playoffs. I just don't do that. I know they want to win the division. I just don't know if the team's good enough. And I guess it's 4. The Rays have 4 with the Yankees, 3 with Boston. So I do think it's difficult. So, yeah, you win all 4. That only puts you a game back. It's possible. But I don't look at the Yanks as someone that would sweep the Rays at that point of the year, but I didn't think the Red Sox would do it coming out of the All-Star break. So that, to me, on the American League, it's really just a matter of paying attention to the East right now. In the National League, the Phillies have got it back to 4.5. They've had it to 3.5. It's seemingly every time this gets close, the Braves pick themselves up and get away. But the Braves now, they are a couple of games. They're 2.5 behind the Dodgers. And the Dodgers are now a 1.5 games behind the Brewers. So both the Cubs and the Phillies are 4.5 back in their respective divisions. The Phillies, on a little bit of a run here, they've won 6 in a row, just got done sweeping the Twins and then the Marlins. So, yeah, the Phillies, I mean, if I'm sitting there saying that the Yankees have a shot, it's impossible to say that the Cubs and Phillies don't. But the bigger thing for me in the National League is between the Brewers, Braves, and Dodgers, and which one ends up in the 3-hole. And right now it's the Braves.
It feels a lot more in reach in the American League. And I think that's what you're trying to say, and I'm with you on that. And the NL, it's a little bit like, Mark, for example, I look at the San Diego Padres. They got to be like, are you kidding me? We're 8 games above 500. They're looking over at the AL like, if we were over there, we'd be just fine. Not only that, if they do hang on to that 3rd wild card spot, they might have to play the Dodgers in the first round. I mean, or in the wild card round. It's ridiculous as a Padres fan right now. I'd be pulling my hair out.
Now, the Phillies do have 7 left with the Bravos. So there's some there on that one. The Brewers and Cubs have 7 left. So there's a better path to me for the Phillies and Cubs to win their respective divisions than there are for the Yankees, who just have 4 with the Rays. I mean, they would have to sweep, I would believe, to win that division. So that's just a little baseball talk because, there's obviously the only other thing out there to me, really, when you look at baseball, is Alvarez going to win the Triple Crown? I mean, he's up 1 in home runs right now. He's got a pretty comfortable lead in batting average, and he's got a pretty comfortable lead in the American League RBI race. Alonso's been coming on strong. He's starting to hit the ball well. He and Dingler from Detroit are six-back. I love the Tigers catcher. I don't expect he's going to catch Alvarez in RBIs. Alonso with Baltimore, and they start hitting the ball, I think that's a possibility. But he has 88 ribbies right now. He's 6 ahead of the next best. He's got 36 home runs, Caminero with 35, Rice from the Yankees with 34, but by no means, by the way, Murakami, the kid from the man from the White Sox who came over from Japan, he missed a bunch of this season. He's got 29 home runs.
I was going to say he can hit the long ball whether he's hurt or not, and whether he misses games or not, he's going to rack them up. Absolutely.
I mean, he's got 29 home runs in 91 games.
It's unbelievable. And a third of the games he hits a home run.
Right. I mean, Alvarez has played 125 games. So he wouldn't get the home runs if Murakami there had played the whole season, but he's up 36 home runs, Caminero and Rice right there, and then batting average, he's 8 better than Simpson in points, 317 to 309. So we do have a triple crown to pay attention to in the American League. We do have, for those that still care about MVPs, PCA, is he deserving of the MVP over Ohtani? Ohtani's basically DHing. He's not pitching. Is he as valuable as he's been in the past years? Crow Armstrong's maybe the best defensive and I think most people think he's the best defensive center fielder in the game. He's got the 30 for 30 year going, so he's doing it at all ends. I mean, he's a true 5-tool player.
He's the MVP to me, for sure.
I agree. So Ohtani getting hurt, not pitching, I think that will affect the MVP vote. And if somehow, some way they get it together against the Brewers and win the division,
oh yeah, then it's no question.
That would be amazing. Miller and Moulton. Today was the day when, the good, the bad, and the ugly. And what's on tap? That's 25 minutes away. Got a couple of things still to knock down. That's next, the Pro Hour, Miller and Moulton.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com. Capecops.com. Be brave, be best. Be Cape.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Floor Meisters just doesn't sell Core-Tech and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floor Meisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in, 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
You know, I don't watch local news, so I probably shouldn't be the guy giving advice. But and I'm on a station that's owned by a company that owns now 3 television stations in the market. So one company owns 3, another company owns 2. For years, I probably paid more attention to the ones that owned 2 because I knew people there. I had a better relationship with some of the workers there. And going back to when I first moved here. But I follow them on social. I follow them both on social. And that's where I get a lot of stories for good, bad, and ugly. It's the main reason I'm on there. The one that owns 2 has, from a social media standpoint, become so bad. They used to be great. And they post things to get clicks on social that you think are local stories. And because they're owned by a group that owns all of these stations across the country, it's all this national crap. And that bothers me. I mean, I do think at the end of the day, that's why Schwartzel won the congressional race, because it came out after Trump endorsed the one lady, politics, 30 seconds. Laufer, whatever her name was, she was at a rally in Bonita Springs and someone challenged her about who the mayor of Bonita is, who her council person is, and she couldn't answer any of it. And in the last 24 hours, when Kashi had, or Kashi, however you pronounce that, the futures markets there, they had her at like a 76% chance of winning that district, and he ended up winning. And I think what happened in the last 24 hours was a huge reason behind that. We have a 70% approval rating in Lee County of the president, and he backed her and she lost. Think about that for a second. So I think that last thing tore her down. I say that because the one company is doing national stuff, and I would like, man, that just, with the people that live here, that don't fly. They want you want local news for local stuff. That's why you watch it. So
yeah,
that's my 2 cents. That's my 2 cents. No, one owns 3, Tim. I mean, if you count CW, the Sun Broadcasting or Fort Myers Broadcasting, whichever you want to call it, the one group has Wink, CW, and Fox. The other group has NBC and ABC. And they're the ones that were sold from a local guy, Waterman, who had them for years, to a company that owns multiple television stations. Whereas the folks that own the other one, Sun, Fort Myers Broadcasting, that is a company that just owns, they have a lot of media companies, but they're all Southwest Florida media companies between radio, television, and then they have some print with a magazine.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000.
Been a very productive show today. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Trent Valley sitting in the co-pilot seat. Not only have we had a couple of first-time guests that were both terrific, I've made a tea time during the show today. Got invited to play golf somewhere fun for Saturday. I mean, this week's starting to shape up, and it is the last Saturday, kids, that there is meaningless football only being played. Real football starts next Saturday.
Kiss your family, say goodbye, do what you got to do, send some presents, send some greeting cards. You're gone until February.
Bud Elliott on X, and Bud will start joining us next week weekly. But Bud Elliott on X yesterday, I think it was yesterday, I don't know if that's when I saw it, but he put out basically the weekends you can have off. He kind of gave everybody their 4 weekends during the year that you could actually make some plans with the family. And one of them I thought was Halloween, and people took offense to that because that's Georgia, Florida week. But he basically said He said you've got 4 weeks all season in which, you know, he's got a group of what he calls Park Your You Know What Saturdays. September 26th, that's Oklahoma, Georgia, Oregon, USC, Texas, and Tennessee. October 17th, Ohio State, Indiana, Penn State, Michigan, Alabama, Tennessee. October 24th, Ole Miss and Texas, A&M and Bama, Indiana, Michigan. November 7th, Oregon, Ohio State, Miami, Notre Dame, LSU, Alabama. And then every week in November, the next week's Michigan, Oregon, Texas, LSU, USC, Indiana. The following week, SMU, Notre Dame, A&M, Oklahoma, and Indiana at Washington. So his weeks that you can take off, in his opinion, and I don't know if I agree with this wholeheartedly, but he has the opening weekend, September 5th, take the kids somewhere. He's basically telling you get 4 Saturdays, that you can still have a life. Opening weekend, September 5th. I've said it, there's not a lot of great games. September 19th, I do think that's LSU and Ole Miss, but I don't think it's a great week. October 3rd is another one, and then he says Halloween weekend. Those are his 4 weekends that you could actually plan something. Now, for those of us that do Saturdays and Sundays, that's not as easy because it's tough to take a Sunday off.
And you won't know what Sundays you can take off until the season kind of gets underway. I guess you could say that about Saturdays as well. But on paper, I love that Bud threw that out there. I will say this too, Mark. If you get one of these weekends where there's only one marquee matchup, you can kind of get away sometimes, I would guess, as a father, with watching one game. But you can't just sit in your living room all day. And I think that's what Bud is getting at here. So if there's only one good matchup, you can get away with that.
I'm in a panic because when January rolls around, that's when my daughter's competitive gymnastics season starts. And as I've said, I love watching her compete. The award ceremonies, I thought this was competition. I thought we were done handing out medals to everybody. And apparently we're not, because there's 74 different age groups and everybody gets a damn medal. And I actually ran into one of the dads. He's like, no crap, man. Can't we just do top 3 and get on with this? I thought this is supposed to be real now. So that's a bone of contention because the awards last forever. And I can't leave. I will watch games on my phone. But this year, we have, because basically of her age, there is not enough rec soccer for someone her age. And she's decent. I don't know if she's great. She's all right. But she made the competitive soccer team, and we are playing in a league that apparently goes up and down the west coast of Florida. Games are usually on the weekends. And this is a problem because games are not only on the weekends, but they're typically Saturday, and sometimes there are multiple games in a day. And I know for a fact that, see, one of the dads, he's a football fan, college football fan, but let's be frank here. He went to Purdue. How much of a football fan can you be? The other one, he's a Nebraska guy. And his wife, her father was a D coordinator for UCLA and I think Kansas State. I mean, this guy was a coach, like a good coach. Their family's into football. He's a great dude. My only, because he'll get away with saying the wife can take the daughter to soccer because he's got 3 other kids. See, I don't have that excuse. I've got to go, and I love watching my daughter play sports. The problem is, if I'm 3 hours from home on a Saturday and a game ends, then I'm listening to one game on the radio and I'm missing everything else. My fear is, like the 2 games in a day, I can find a sports bar to hang out in for a few hours. I can. Right. And I've proven over the course of the last 8 months, I can sit there and not knock down 40 beers. So if I'm staying in one location, I'm fine. It's the travel on Saturdays that could be a bone of contention this year, because then you're stuck with one of 2 choices. Listen to one game on the radio and drive and be in complete control, or give up control of the automobile and let your wife drive. That's a scary proposition.
It seems like a lose-lose situation.
It really does.
I never quite thought about it that way, where I don't know about you, Mark. I guess we've never talked about this. I always prefer to watch, okay? I know there are some legendary play-by-play announcers for radio. Any sport, I want to watch it. Baseball's the one that I can listen to on the radio and still get the same similar experience, right? I need to watch it. So if you can only drive, if you're driving home and you're focusing on the road and you can only listen to one game and choose one game, never mind the fact that you might not get all the games on the radio that you want to listen to. That is scary. I understand why you're in a panic. Your
First
panic
off,
is
I get all the games that I want to listen to. I'm subscribed to the service that I get everything. That's
Okay.
first and foremost.
Well, that's called preparedness.
I will say college football on the radio is special. It's not as special as it used to be. Now, I'm from Michigan originally. Michigan State wasn't good when I was a kid, but the University of Michigan was. And they had the legendary Bob Ufer, who was the play-by-play guy for years. And he bled maize and blue. And some of my favorite calls, because I didn't like the University of Michigan, are famous calls when they lose games. And I believe it was an upset against Purdue. And Michigan's going to kick for the win. They're gonna hold off the upset. And the kick is up, and it's no good. No good. And he said no good.
Lifeless.
6-8 times. And each time was a little sadder than the one before. And it was just amazing. But that's where Michigan came from. Then I moved to the South. And then you hear Larry Munson, who did Georgia games for years. Mick Hubert, who did the Gators games and was amazing. And obviously Gene Deckerhoff just retired, who did Florida State games forever. And I know, and I'm not trying to, I apologize to, I think Tennessee had a long-time announcer. Alabama's had a few. I know if I'm missing your guy, I apologize. But what I am saying is that in the South especially, listening to college football is not good. It's great. I love it because they're homers. Announcers have become very down the middle of the road. We're just not going to let our bias come out, particularly in the NFL, Major League Baseball, hockey, your major sports. The announcers are way more down the middle than they've ever been. I will say it's the thing that Lightning fan loves about Michigan. Michigan's a homer. I mean, when the Lightning score, my God, you better be holding the wheel with two hands because he's screaming. So, but the college football announcer, Mick Huber with the Gators, Larry Munson with Georgia, legendary guys. And those who replace him will never be the same. But when you listen to college football on radio, particularly in the South, and I know there are some schools up north that would lay claim to this as well. I'm fine. I'm fine with the SEC on radio. My problem is on a college football Saturday, there's more than one good game going on.
Yeah.
And that's where watching pays off. Miller and Moulton. Today was a day when the good, the bad, and the ugly, and what's on tap. That's next.
The Floormeisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floormeisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in, 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to CapeCops.com. CapeCops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Yeah, that's a mistake, Left Twix. He'd been there forever, and he was beloved. I didn't think he'd been there as long as he had, actually. And when you said that, I was looking it up. I'm like, wow, he was there a lot longer than I thought. It's a lot of it, Paula. It's nonstop right now, but landed a couple sponsors yesterday. Hopefully we'll get the information I need on one more today. Yeah, I think we'll at least be on the air till the end of the year. I'm positive about that. I'm just trying to figure out if I ever get a vacation day again. That's the one thing I've realized, that I basically will not have a day off probably until Memorial Day week of next year. That's kind of where I'm. Well, that's not true because I'm playing in the Invitational. So those are either going to be 2 days of best ofs or have to figure something out. So March. My next 2 days off will be in March that are not revolved around a holiday. And aren't we on a weekend bender of Christmas right now too? Oh, Christmas is a Friday. So that's interesting. New Year's Day. We'll definitely work New Year's Eve day. That's for sure. Christmas Eve day, that's probably back-to-back tape shows in December. I'll probably take the 24th. We'll see. Yeah, Deadstroke, there's a lot there, and I understand where you're coming from. I have to be brutally honest. I don't know if I'll do that. I know what you're saying, and I understand it, and I know you guys may want some of that. There's a lot that depends on what happens, to be brutally honest. It's not that it's lots of work, Deadstroke. It's not that. It's really a little more obvious than that. Who's ringing my doorbell over and over? Like they just rang, like. Who does he think he is ringing the doorbell over and over?
For what it's worth, I can't hear it, so.
It doesn't. Yeah,
I know it's.
I just who. I mean, I know who the guy is. He 3 times. Once is enough, dude. Let's see. Am I paying you or are you paying me? Let's all remember that, kids. And Paula, good luck for your husband. Yes, very much so.
Yes, Paula.
Could you imagine if Avon went door to door, they'd get shot in Florida?
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000.
Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Wrapping things up for a Thursday. Pat Kerwin, he'll join us tomorrow. A couple other things I'm working on. We might even, and I was thinking about it today, but was able to lock in what I wanted. We might still go NBA because I am fascinated by this Lakers story and might try to do it more from a sports business angle because how it ties in with the owner of the Dodgers and his financial issues that are going on. He's got his hands in a lot of things, and I just wonder how much of that will rear its ugly head in the next little while. We shall see. But Pat Kerwin, at the very least, tomorrow to talk NFL. We'll start maybe getting closer to Pat's predictions on different things. He's got a couple weeks to work that out, but we're getting there. 20 days away from the start of the NFL season. So we've got 2 more weeks with Pat, I guess, before we start really getting into pick games and divisions and things like that. I will say I have to be talked out of my national championship in college football because I have it. But
you don't trust it.
No, it's not that. It's that I could talk myself out of it. Pro football, like to sit there and say this team's going to play this team for a Super Bowl, I don't have a clue. Like yeah. The Rams are the favorite. I still like the Eagles. Whoever ends up winning the NFC North, not named Detroit, can get to a Super Bowl because Detroit will never get to one. Can the Bucs put something together? I doubt it. Can the Saints? I doubt it. So I can rule out that division. But in the AFC, I mean, I don't think the Patriots are going back, but I could make a case for the Bills. I've already said I think Houston has the possibility of being a 1 seed, and we know how good the West is. So I don't have a vibe for the Super Bowl right now at all.
Well, so let me ask you this quickly. So you think the AFC is more interesting than the NFC as far as like who's going to be there in the end?
I think it's far more interesting. I think there are far better. We can end up with the same number of good teams, but I think, I think you can make a case for Denver. I think you can make a case for Kansas City because of who their quarterback is. I think you can make a case for the Bills. I think you can make a case for the Ravens. I mean, even a team like Cincinnati, Joe Burrow's been there. When I look at the NFC, I don't see as many teams. I don't.
My case for the NFC is you've got 2 divisions where I think you have 3 teams in each one, whether that's the NFC North or the NFC West, that could end up going on to do something. And then you have one crapshoot, the NFC South. We talked to Pat Kerwin yesterday. We all agree only 1 team's coming out of that division. And then NFC East is a little bit of a wild card to me, Brett.
Well,
that's where I'm at.
Again, playoff teams is one thing. Teams that I think can then win multiple games in January is quite different. Can the Niners make the playoffs? Yeah. Do I think they're a Super Bowl team? No, I don't. I think it's the Rams. Right now, to me, it's between the Rams and the Eagles. You'd have to talk me into somebody else. You really would. Because I think they're the class of the NFC. All right, we got stuff to get to.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
All right, work. Let's see, where do we start today? 1915. The White Sox get shoeless Joe Jackson from Cleveland for 3 players and $31,500 in cash.
It's a lot of money back then.
I don't know if it was worth it because he's out of baseball after the Black Sox scandal. 2 things today in 1920. The first U.S. radio station At that time, it was 8MK. We now know it as WWJ in Detroit. They begin daily broadcasting. Also today in 1920, the American Professional Football Association forms. Jim Thorpe as president. It would later become the National Football League. 5 years later in Detroit, after WWJ was on the air, WJR, the powerhouse that I grew up listening to, even in Saginaw, Clear Channel AM with a big stick, listening to a lot of games, started today in 1925. We roll ahead 40 years. The Stones release Satisfaction today in 65. It would be their first number one in the U.S. The Voyager 2 space probe is launched today in 1977, carrying with it a golden record of sounds and images representing Earth. I mentioned him because he wore number 20. It was today that he joined Barry Bonds and Willie Mays. I'm talking about Howard Johnson becomes the third 30-30 man playing with the Mets. Wonder how he got to 30 home runs in 1989. 2000, Tiger goes back-to-back at the PGA at Valhalla, beating Bob May in a 3-hole playoff. And he's the first to win 3 majors in a calendar year since Hogan in 53. He'd then go on, win the Masters, and then have the Tiger Slam. And a great band, the Tragically Hip, played their final concert today in 2016. They did it in their hometown of Kingston, Ontario. The entire show was shown nationwide on CBC. Gord Downey had been diagnosed with terminal brain cancer in December of 2015. By the time the concert played, he couldn't remember all the words of the song, had to use monitors and all this stuff. It is an amazing show. They were an amazing band. I was lucky enough to see him in Orlando. First couple of years of the Everblades. I'm trying to think when. I do remember going to the concert, though. We were coming back from somewhere in the Southeast, and we traveled by bus when I worked for the Everblades. They still do. And we got into an accident on the way home. Our bus driver, Jimmy Perry, great dude. Jimmy's driving, comes at the top of the overpass, and it's in the middle of the night, and I'm one of the only people not sleeping because I didn't sleep great on the bus. All of a sudden, I hear Donnie go, "Oh, hell! Oh, hell! Oh, hell!" And then a couple of S words. And he locks them up, and we tattoo a car. Someone had decided to change their tire, and they did so half in the lane. They were hit by one car. We then hit both cars. And I immediately called 911. And I'm on a bus with a hockey team. We've been in a car accident. No one on the bus, thankfully, was hurt. There were some people that were hurt that were in the cars, and one of them was airlifted out. But the number of police that came quickly when they thought it was a bus accident on the road was amazing. Great response, and everybody ended up being okay. But that night, we had to sit there for hours with all the accident stuff going on. We finally get released. We get back to Southwest Florida. We had rented a limo to turn around and go to Orlando, and it was me and 5 of the guys from the hockey team. And literally, I think it was Randy Petruck looked at me and goes, "Really want to get in a car driven by someone else right now?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm with you. But we saw at the House of Blues in Tampa or in Orlando. Great show, the Tragically Hip. All right, Benjamin Harrison, our 23rd president, and Isaac Hayes. Whether it was the theme from Shaft playing in Rockford Files, or someone like Trent would remember him as Chef in South Park. They would have celebrated birthdays today. Salty chocolate balls. Don King is 95. Greg Nettles from the Yankees is 81. Connie Chung is 80. That one kind of surprised me today. Robert Plant, 78. Al Roker, 72. So is Quinn Buckner. And Fred Durst is 56 years old today. Todd Helton from the Rockies is 53. And Demi Lovato is 34 years old today. How many? Let's see. Don King, Greg Nettles, Connie Chung.
0 for 3.
0 for 3. Don King, boxing promoter, big hair.
Oh, I know him. Yeah. Didn't he promote Tyson?
I promoted everybody from Ali on. Greg Nettles, third baseman for the Yankees back in the day. Fantastic. Connie Chung was a NBC Nightly News host. Let's see. Robert Plant, I'm going to safely say you knew who that was?
Yes, and that's what I was going to ask you, but I'll save that for a second.
Al Roker?
Yep, news
Okay.
guy.
Quinn Buckner,
No.
Mr. NBA, great hooper. Fred Durst.
Yes.
Okay. Todd Helton?
Yes.
All right. And the Lovato there, you know who she is because she's 34. All right.
Of course. But I wanted to ask you, what's your favorite Zeppelin song in honor of Robert Plant's birthday?
I don't think I can do that. I can say that see, I don't even know if I can go favorite album. I mean, it's hard not to say Physical Graffiti. It might be 2, which is so bluesy and great. I can't do, like, you know, I go in different types of Zeppelin music, whether it's like the soft stuff like Tangerine and Going to California, or when they rock, or the blues. I can't do that. They are at the top of my list. When someone says you can listen to 5 bands for the rest of your life, I start with Led Zeppelin.
Yet it's very tough to narrow it down as far as what you want to hear from Led Zeppelin, but you always want to hear Led Zeppelin. I got you.
But I will say, he did die, the singer of Great White. Great White covers
Jack Russell.
Covers Zeppelin and do it as well as Heart covers Zeppelin as well as anybody. But the Great White cover of Led Zeppelin, one of the best covers you will ever see. I think they did it on MTV Unplugged, and it was amazing. Absolutely amazing.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly.
Like
what you got, Mark?
Like Led Zeppelin 3 is highly underrated. I mean, highly underrated.
Well, that has Immigrant Song. That's my favorite song by Zeppelin.
Led Zeppelin 3 doesn't get the love of so many other, because you skip right from 2 to 4 and the whole Stairway to Heaven crap, which is not even in the top 50 of Led Zeppelin songs. and you've got Led Zeppelin 3 that's just so damn good. So I can't pin down a song. I mean, oh my goodness. I'm going to listen to Led Zeppelin all day today. Police in Belgium apparently made a remarkable discovery. In fact, it was a part-time worker by the name of Kobe Phillips thought they pulled up some coins. And when they dug them out of a construction site, they found 40 gold bars and 400 gold sovereign coins estimated to be worth $10 million. It's an old brewery under the foundation. Of course, people are saying that it's theirs and they have proof of ownership documentation. The bars date back to the 1960s. Not sure who's going to get the money. For the bad, we go to Kentucky, where a woman awoke to discover a bear had wandered into her house through an open door and was knocking down some leftover KFC. Kendra North said she and her partner had the front door open when they came back in their Subaru and awoke to a phone call from her sister who said they spotted a bear from her. They live next door to one another. When she got up, she discovered the bear was in her home and knocked down her KFC that was left out and destroyed her glass table. Since then, apparently, she's also seen a bear when she was cooking because they now know where to get eats. Finally, the ugly, we come back to Fort Myers, Florida, where a man is facing an aggravated animal cruelty charge after he shot his neighbor's cat with a BB gun. Apparently a good shot because he broke the cat's leg by firing the BB gun. Nicholas Lanny was arrested after deputies received report that a black and white stray known as Tubby had been shot. It was such a big incident that Sheriff Carmine Marcino had to have a news conference about the BB gun striking Tubby the cat. Apparently, by all accounts, Tubby is back, doing well, and has been treated. Nick, on the other hand, in a little bit more trouble. And that is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, the 20th of August, here on Miller and Moulton, brought to you by the Cape Coral Police Department. Hiring new officers, offering great pay, benefits, other jobs available. For all information, you know where to go, capecops.com, capecops.com. All right, as I mentioned, slow day in baseball today. A lot of teams off, getaway day for a lot of days. The Rays hosting the Jays. That one's at 1. Guardians and Giants finish up their series at 1 o'clock. Reds and Cardinals a little before 1.
in Cincinnati. Mariners and Brewers get their series finished. That's a 2 p.m. start. Athletics and Royals, if you care. Bravos and White Sox to finish that, to start that series, an afternoon game on the south side. Yankees and Orioles tonight. Cole on the bump for the Yanks. Nats and Rangers this evening, and the Angels and Astros. Preseason football, we actually have 2 games. One on ESPN, one on the NFL Network. Raiders and Texans is at 8 o'clock, and then at 10 tonight, Niners and Chargers. The golf is underway, the BMW Classic going on in the golf world right now, the second of their events. In fact, they get started a little later. They first tee times just moments from now, 10 minutes from now. Thagala and Justin Thomas, the first 2 off. Field of 50 at the BMW in St. Louis. Pat Kerwin on the show tomorrow. We'll wrap up the week with a kind of a football Friday. I don't know if there's any oomph in it yet because there's only preseason games, but we're getting there. By next Friday, this will be the final Friday that it won't be a true football Friday. Trent, enjoy your golf with your dad and your brother. Have fun. Fairways and greens, occasional condos, buddy.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll catch up tomorrow. I'll let you know how it went.
Enjoy the rest of your day, everyone else. Thanks for listening. Miller and Moulton.
If you're a business who targets men, please know there is no better and more economical way to reach your target audience than us at Miller and Moulton. So let us help you make money. You can reach out to Mark at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton on X, or text us at 21,000. We have a proven product, a good reputation, and lots of quality segments that we can attach your company's name to. Miller and Moulton, we're like that old pizza box. You've had the rest. Now try the best. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Floor Meisters just doesn't sell Core-Tech and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floor Meisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in. 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. floormeisters.com. Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
Buying or selling a home? Put a local expert to work for you. I'm Mark Miller with McWilliams-Buckley, and I believe real estate is about more than transactions. It's about helping people make the right move, from pricing your home to negotiating the best deal. I'll be with you every step of the way. Call or text me today, 239-425-5582. That's 239-425-5582. Experience, local knowledge, and a personal difference. That's what I'll bring to the table.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com. capecops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Thanks, everybody. And Tim, you're very right. Very correct with that statement.